communicate in any way or access any site respecting the case. And let's strike the jurors as necessary. All of the jurors' numbers have been exhibited to the defendant, I believe. And they're paper clipped together now. And then please put them in the tumbler, and the bailiff will rotate it, and then the defendant will draw out 6 of the numbers.
Do you want me to leave them as is, Judge? Or
no, just separate them. And the names which are drawn out will be the jurors who will be dismissed.
As I call your number, you please stand up. Number 11, number 58, number 14, number 45, number 9, and number 52. And then if you'll follow the bailiff into the back room.
So the other two are supposed to bring them back in. All right, members of the jury, it is for you to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of each of the offenses charged. You must make a finding as to each count in the information. Each count charges a separate crime, and you must consider each one separately. Your verdict for the crime charged on one count must not affect your verdict on any other. As I indicated, I think yesterday, that you must return only one verdict for each count of the information. If you need to communicate with me while you are in deliberation, please send a note through the bailiff, which is signed by the presiding juror whom you've elected. In the event that you have questions, I will talk with the attorneys before answering, so it may take some time. You should continue your deliberations while you await an answer. I will answer any questions in writing or orally here in open court. When you have agreed upon your verdict, have it signed and dated by the presiding juror as to each count, and all of you return with the verdict to the court. Bailiffs? Do you and each of you solemnly swear that you will keep all persons sworn on this jury together in some private and convenient place, and that you will not speak to them nor permit anyone else to speak to them concerning the state of their deliberations or the verdicts upon which they have agreed, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. All right, folks, you can retire to consider your verdicts.
one, and Shakespeare wrote, "Parting, as they say, is such sweet sorrow." You've been wonderful jurors, and we couldn't have asked for a higher quality jury, better jurors, more attentive jurors, more prompt jurors. And it is, with this. And then when you take them up, you can take that up too. There have been rare instances, sometimes in cases you'd recognize by their importance, where jurors have been restored to the jury after having been dismissed. So that is conceivable it would happen in this case. It's not likely, but it's quite unlikely, but it's possible. So I'm going to ask that you continue with the instruction that you not discuss the case with anyone, not even amongst the six of you. You can't deliberate at all or discuss the case in any way. You can't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Did some of you bring laptops? No? Well, I feel badly about that because I had a jury some years ago that was in a similar situation, and the extra jurors were, all they had to watch was daytime TV, and I'm afraid I can't even arrange that for you. But I don't know, maybe there was something about some movies or something, wasn't there? I hope they appeal to everyone.
Laura, I don't know, Becky's gone this morning.
Well, anyway, we'll see what we can do to give you some kind of entertainment. And but in the meantime, please adhere to those rules, and you will be. We're not going to sequester anybody or anything at this particular point. So, and I hope that they have a comfortable place arranged. I understand they do. So, any questions? Yes, ma'am. Yes, in fact, I'm having the bailiff escort you up there now, and while you're there, you're not to have any conversation with the other jurors, okay? Anything else? Okay, fine. Thank you very much. And give those to the jurors, yes. All right, anything else now before you'll, I'll leave that. Anything? Stay within 10 minutes from here in case there's questions or something. Okay. Thank you.
hours now, right?
Yes, I have a plan, and the plan will probably get it might get boring for some people, but I have a bunch of super chats. I've got a backlog of them that I'm going to read through at some point because I assume I'm going to be alone for a significant portion of today is my guess. So I'll be doing some of that and answering questions as I'm able to. But while I have people, I want to discuss things. Oh, hey, look at this. Look at this. Not everybody is disgusted with you.
Like we're in tiers. We come in twos.
Yes, perfect. What's up, Joe?
I'm great. How you doing?
Oh man, I'm good. I'm good. It was weird seeing my name pop up in like Breitbart talking about the and on InfoWars talking about the shutdown by
Really?
YouTube yesterday.
Oh,
I'd
So.
seen that Tucker Carlson referenced you, not mentioning you by name.
Well, he
And-
couldn't have been
YouTube
talking
got us
about
on?
he couldn't have been talking about our show because he said it was legal experts with hundreds of viewers. I
Yeah,
was like, hundreds?
well, it's thousands of hundreds. You
it
know,
was,
77,000 of them, but it
at
was
the
cool.
time of the shutdown. I actually had looked at our numbers like relatively right before that. At the time of the shutdown, we were not just the number one, but we had more viewers than Fox and PBS combined. And I think I
Yeah.
even made a comment about that. So
Yeah,
yes,
we
that's
were
why I sent
crushing.
the correction on that. Yeah, we were really, really crushing, and I do think that we would have broken 100 if we didn't have that ridiculous.
now I
disruption.
understand the reporting on that. I mean, do you think that this was a deliberate attack or an error?
From what I heard, it was an accident. Team YouTube has not gotten back to me yet on Twitter or or via email.
Now you have enough subscribers that you've got a person at YouTube, right? That should be getting back to you.
Yeah, I'm waiting for them. Now, I want to say my person tends to try to fully investigate things
Sure.
and
Sure.
bring me a good answer. So I wasn't expecting a response from them yesterday. But Team YouTube on Twitter, despite being tweeted at by about 1,000 people and me DMing them, and I have an open DM thread with them from a prior issue, they still have not responded. And I mean, they respond with relative frequency to people.
On Twitter, yeah.
Yeah, and so I don't know that it was an accident, but I do find it pretty suspicious that the PBS stream that was trailing behind us seems to be the source of the accidental copyright match, and but I don't know that they actually asked for it. I'm
Right.
trying to get info on that. Because boy, would I love to report that PBS actually asked for all independent people to do it. But see, the crazy thing is, like, Law and Crime got shut down too.
Yeah, no, it was
And-
simultaneous across the board, right?
Yeah, and to have Law and Crime shut down when they're I guess maybe they're on PBS's feed. I'm not sure where. Like,
Are those
I'm not
PBS
sure.
cameras the ones? Are they owned by PBS that are doing that broadcast?
I don't know. I
Yeah.
honestly have no idea because all the camera angles appear to be they appear to be sourcing the same cameras on basically every source I've found. The one difference I saw was that during the autopsy photos, PBS was not actually switching to the autopsy feed, but some other places were. So I'm not sure where it came from, but to suggest that there's a strong copyright interest in the bland reporting of factual information factual public information like this is suspicious.
That's a public
mean-
government function. I that's why I asked whether they were PBS cameras, because you could at least make the colorable claim that that's our view of the public.
Our guy
viewing.
framed it. Yeah.
Yeah,
framed the
but
shot.
but no, if it's not, if it's a court system, it's not even close.
Oh, it's all from Court TV, actually, apparently.
Yeah.
So they're the only cameras allowed in the courtroom, is what I just saw from the chat from Mr. Joey Camp 2020.
See, I'm a benefit of the doubt guy. It's like, oh, that's unusual, but I stopped before jumping to the full on attacks. But it certainly did if it was an attack, that's how it would look.
The reason that I think there may have been, and again, I don't know who the party might be, but some hand in doing that is the frustrating difficulty that many viewers have expressed in finding this live stream. In
Searching for you, if they know your name and they know you're doing this.
There are videos out there of people typing Kyle Rittenhouse trial and not getting any videos of the Rittenhouse coverage that I've done, and not getting the active live streams, but rather getting getting the mainstream sort of sources for it. And it's like, if you type in Kyle Rittenhouse, that should pop. I mean, should be the top result. There's no question that should be the number one result, especially with the amount of viewership that's going on. It's not like I'm streaming to one person.
You don't have a common name. It's a subject matter. No, I agree.
It's not just that. It should be that if you put in Rittenhouse trial live,
right,
and you had enter while he literally has more people watching him than any other YouTube channel, and he's not on the list anywhere. You will get. I scroll down 50 spots. PBS is there, Fox is there, Yahoo's there.
You get old videos rather than live videos.
And you'll start getting older videos. Yeah, and he'll be sitting there with 66,000 people watching him, and you'll get Yahoo News with their 12,000, and then you'll get PBS obviously and Fox, but. Yeah, and when you scroll down, you'll just get old stuff from PBS or Good Morning America. You just get weird things, and you won't get him, and that's just that's insanity.
And the fact that there are even other non-news source YouTubers with smaller live watchers that get ranked far above
non-authoritative. Under YouTube vernacular.
Right. And it's like, look, I don't need to be authoritative on everything, but on this particular live stream series is like the most authoritative coverage I can think of. But I know YouTube qualifies authoritative as quote unquote trusted media sources,
as in having basically a network. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's just like, so when I see those things combined, and when I factor in one other aspect that I think you might appreciate, early on in my YouTube career, I might have had 10,000 subscribers at the time. I was covering the James Damore class action lawsuit against Google.
Sure.
And
don't use the word Google. I know that.
It took about 2 years for my Google search page results to stop being artificially controlled, we'll say. And I was getting Google engineers were actually sending me screenshots of the Google internal communications about, because they have their internal version of Hangouts that they were using at the time.
Yeah.
And so they were sending me screenshots about, Google employees asking for my bar number and discussing me with and it's like, this video has like 2,000 views. Like, these are not huge videos.
What are you doing? Well, I know I can appreciate that. When I started out, especially, I do, virtual legality has a lot of overlap with tech. So we talk about YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and Twitch. And honestly, they've been in the news for a number of good reasons about whether or not they're doing the right things with their algorithms and whatnot. And I learned very quickly. Well, I learned very quickly that if you use the word YouTube in the first, sentence of your description or the title or Google, that one's going to get dinged. I would get demonetized to start on all of those, regardless. I'm a lawyer talking about news items in that series, and there is a real kind of chilling effect towards, do I want to even talk about this particular YouTube concept because I don't know exactly what's going to happen. And as a matter of fact, it was earlier. I think it was earlier this year. It's been a long year that YouTube wound up giving me a strike. A warning strike because it was the first one or whatever on a video that was a year old that was about the way algorithms were treating, in this particular case, Q and subscriptions and things. And it wasn't about anything except the legalities of it and the terms and conditions and things like that.
Yep.
I got struck because I said the phrase right in the video And I made another video. I said, this is ridiculous, because they put up a thing that says, you're in violation of our cyberbullying and harassment policies. And you could tell immediately at the time that the channel got depressed, chapters wouldn't work, all these various things. I'm not even sure if I'm not on a list just from that fake strike from a year ago.
Yeah.
And it's wild to have to deal with, because obviously, the audience is here. The audience is interested. And I'm not looking to pick fights, but play fair.
No, and yeah, it's a thing. For me, one of the weird, and this is me half complaining. So let me qualify this.
You can vent a little.
No, last year was at the time my biggest year on YouTube. I mean, from revenue and everything, last year was a great year. It was bigger than the previous year, which was bigger than the previous year. So that's the good growth trajectory that you want. And so I'm not complaining about income or anything from last year, but what I will complain about is there was a specific day where my view counts from one day to the next, without me, I didn't do something stupid, right? But my view count was cut in half. My live viewers were cut in half.
Yep.
And then it was about 8 weeks later that another cut happened. And I went from a nightly viewership of 4,500 people to then like 2,400 people, and then down to about 1,200 people. And I really had to work to build that back up. And it was just, and it happened in 2 distinct overnight incidents. It's like, what the heck happened? And from then on, I would start getting people who would report they were being unsubscribed.
Yeah, I get that
watching. Yeah. And so it's like, okay, that part of it was so frustrating to have to fight against. And it's like, all I want is just play, like you said, just play fair. Just play. I don't need special treatment. I just want to show up like everybody else. I just want to come out here and say my thing. I didn't get any strikes until this year. My first strike was my warning strike was I was watching Joe Biden talk about do a speech on vaccines, right? And I agreed with Joe Biden, and I got a strike
for using the content.
No, it was misinformation on vaccines, because he had said something about how they, how the virus affects children. And I said, yeah, actually, they've known for a long time that this is specifically how the virus affects children. And I agree with this change. I agree with this policy change. And then they struck it. And I was like, what the hell? I'm agreeing.
No, I hear you.
I'm on the side. I'm with you. But yeah, so
that's a particular hot button for YouTube.
Yeah,
I got my notice and my strike because of just mentioning the 2 words, like about the M word about rules and and COVID. I put that in a sentence together, and I'll be off the air for 2 weeks.
You got to be careful about the words. I mean, and that is chilling in and of itself. And in my naivete, when I started this, 3 years ago, I thought, well, if there are more viewers and there are more ads and they're making more money, then businesses are businesses, right? And the ordinary incentives there is, oh yeah, you keep pumping the things that people like, that get 95, 98% likes and are engaging with the content, and that'll grow. And it's just a little bit weirder than that. It certainly is.
Well, yeah. I would agree with you. I'm sorry, you go, Nick. I had cut you up before.
No, you're on his point. I'm going to go back to something. So you go
okay.
ahead.
When you say businesses are businesses, I agree with you. Yeah, but here's part of the calculus that I think you might be missing, particularly on this issue when it comes to the disinformation, when it comes to treatment.
And then, like I was telling you, this is all, I'm recording a lot of this stuff, trying to record a lot of stuff for a future podcast that I'm working on, since my YouTube videos and a lot of the other stuff is getting censored on Facebook. That's one of the reasons why I started writing, trying to get back into more writing books, because it's hard for them to censor. And then, like I was And then, like I Greetings and welcome. Thank you for joining me live here. Very disturbing case, obviously, going on right now. See what's happening in Kenosha. Found a good article here. I'm going to read some of this, but I think first, let's start with this video that was put out about 17 hours ago. Looter was just shot in the head, happening now. So let's go and watch this. This is an interesting one here. That looks like the alleged shooter, right? He's letting him know he's not the shooter.
Get a light on it! Get a light! Get a fucking light!
Put pressure on it! Put fucking pressure on it!
Where, dude? Where? Where's the hole?
Wait, where are you at? Where? He's right here in his head, in his head! Come on! Put pressure, put pressure, put pressure!
Call the police! Call the police!
Pressure! Hey, keep your eyes open, keep your eyes open. You shot him?
I didn't touch him!
Hey, you're okay, you're okay.
Let me talk to him.
You're okay.
Dude, that's not gonna help shit. Keep pressure on this shit. Yeah, but you gotta keep him alive. Hey, bro, just talk to me, bro. What's your...
Okay, so that's the first clip here. I hope you all can hear that. I know it's pretty graphic, pretty brutal, but you see the guy who they say shot this guy, and you can see that that's obviously not true here. If you go back, you can actually see him in the shot at some point. It looks like he might be calling somebody, so hard to see on this video, but looks like he might have been the one who actually called the cops. I don't know. I'm just guessing here. Still, everything is still really new, and they're still investigating, blah, blah, blah. But you heard the shots go off. You heard the fired shots. So that was one of the videos that I hope it does not get taken down, or something mysteriously happens with that. But that was a very important video there. Very graphic, too, and you see the guy there. But I think that if this guy had shot him in the head, like people are saying, I don't think he'd be there standing around. So that's one thing. Here's another one. This one's only about 37 seconds long. Again, hope the sound is okay. It's really loud on my end, so I don't know if it's coming in too loud on your end or if it's too low, but let me know what you think there. Okay, here's like a 37-second clip that was sent to me by my good friend Sophia. Thank you for sending me these two. I don't believe I've seen these two short clips here. Let's look at this.
They're here to protect us, okay?
Hell yeah.
As long as y'all not against each other, they withdraw. Be against them. They gonna be here. We all gonna go over there in that parking lot, and we gonna form up, all right?
As long as you fuck with the government and not with each other, we are with you.
Let's go.
No lives matter until Black Lives Matter.
Get behind us. Let's go.
Run this, boy.
I think that's still my back. That's the dude I was talking about with the phone.
All right, everyone, let's go. Let's go.
All right, so some interesting stuff there. It's just, let's see what we got here. Gathering the shooter was a libertarian. He said he was in support of the BLM movement, but you can clearly see other shots being fired. So I think that's what's going to end up coming out, is that there were multiple shootings going on, multiple guns being fired. But of course, they're just going to blame it all on this 17-year-old kid, and we'll see what happens. I thought if they were under 18, they weren't really supposed to show their faces and all that stuff, but I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter at this point. So let's go through this. This is from the Police Tribune. Police arrest 17-year-old for murder over shooting at Kenosha riots. This is in Antioch, Illinois. Written by Sandy Malone a couple hours ago. So very fresh here, and I think this is one of the more, one of the more fair and balanced articles that I've been able to really find here. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with this. I'm curious to see what the court documents show, all of that stuff. And my guess is this guy will end up getting off, and there'll be all a bunch of new riots over that. So, Antioch, Illinois. Illinois police arrested a 17-year-old boy on Wednesday morning in connection with 2 fatal shootings during the riots in Kenosha, Wisconsin, on Tuesday night. All this happened in Wisconsin. Lake County, Illinois clerk of court records show that Antioch police arrested Kyle Rittenhouse at his home after he was charged with first-degree murder and labeled a fugitive from justice, the Independent reported. The suspect fled the state of Wisconsin with the intent to avoid prosecution for the offense, according to the charging documents. Good. We should probably look at those documents. But I love when they put the documents in there too, so that way we can all go and read them and find out for ourselves. Rittenhouse is facing at least 2 counts of first-degree intentional homicide in connection with incidents that occurred during the riots over the shooting of 29-year-old Jacob Blake by the Kenosha police, the Independent reported. Cell phone videos posted on social media showed what happened at about 11:45 p.m. on August 26th that left 2 people dead and a third person seriously wounded. The teen, identified as Rittenhouse, can be seen in his green shirt carrying a semi-automatic rifle in several of the videos filmed throughout that night. Some reports have claimed that Rittenhouse was leaving the area when rioters chased him. By that first video, I think we saw exactly that, people were telling him to get out of there, and he complied. He did. So here is from Andy Nago. Graphic, I missed this in the video. The man who had his arm shot ran in with a pistol. He was still holding it for some time after he was hit. It's pretty weird, too. Let's see. Shooting occurred during the protests in Kenosha, Wisconsin. This injured victim was treated by civilian volunteers before the police intervened. The fourth photo is of 2 such volunteers who were armed. The injured man was also armed at the time he was shot. All right, so here's what we go. Here's what he says, Mr. Nago. This is the masked man with the skateboard hitting the armed person on the ground a split second before he presumably gets shot. I don't know if he is the one of the 2 that died. So it seems like these are 2 incidents. So what we're seeing here is happened after the first video where this guy is told to leave and he runs away from the scene, and I guess he gets chased down, and he makes it clear that he's not the shooter of the guy that was shot in the head. But obviously these people don't care. They don't listen. And they're just going to start beating up people. So he says, this is the masked man with the skateboard hitting the armed person on the ground a split second before he presumably gets shot. I don't know if he is the one of the 2 that died. Okay, so in one video, rioters were attacking him with the skateboard before he opened fire on them. So if that's true, it'll be good to see what the timeline is of the first guy that gets shot in the head as opposed to when this guy gets hit with the skateboard and then fires back in self-defense. Julio Rosas recorded shocking footage of rioters trying to beat up someone with a rifle. The person trips, and then a bunch of shots can be heard. Let's check this out. That's self-defense. watch that one more time. Sure. See? Tried to kick him in the head on the ground. A few warning shots in. And he was clearly on the ground. Somebody shouts, "Get his ass." And so they go over there, and what do you think they would have done to that guy had he not had a gun, and had he not fired back? They would have killed him. They would have killed him. Hey, Marie, thanks for joining. I know it's a very sensitive topic, a very sensitive subject, and I'm really trying to keep my personal views and everything out of it. I just can't. I cannot. So if I'm wrong with any of this, I'll be more than happy to apologize and to admit how wrong that I was. But looking at this, I can see it. If you're on the ground, if somebody walks up to you and starts kicking you, and if you got a gun, you have the right to defend yourself. You do not have to stand there and let somebody kick you in the head on the ground while a bunch of other people are circling, who have guns, by the way, who also have guns. Just throwing that out there. Thanks, Marie. I'm happy to take this time here to maybe try to help, shed some light on some of the facts and just get rid of how this guy. I mean, listening to some people on Facebook, you would think this guy walked up to a bunch of peaceful protesters and just started shooting them, and obviously that's not what happened here. Let's keep moving on. Now that was filmed, depending on your time zone, 10:48 p.m. So time zones matter here. Okay, several witnesses told Heavy that Rittenhouse was running down the street screaming that he wasn't the shooter as people chased him. So that's what we saw in the very first video. Rittenhouse is actually there with the guy that gets shot in the head. Rittenhouse is there with him while the guy is on the ground. Rittenhouse is calling somebody. From what it looks like, he's calling somebody. I want to know who he was calling. If he was calling the cops, I mean, yeah, that's great, because that's what he should have done. That's what they should have done. Obviously, that's what these protesters who are out there saying to get rid of the cops, who's the first person they call? The cops. It's stupid. We need to know more about the people that were shot too. I want to make sure that they weren't paid protesters from out of state. But I guess they have identified a few of them, so we'll see. Okay, so several witnesses told Heavy that Rittenhouse was running down the street screaming he wasn't the shooter as people chased him. So we saw that, and that's kind of where the second video starts. They said he was struck by someone with a skateboard and fell to the ground with the gun firing. So that's a little bit different than he tripped. And then, they ran up to him. So I don't know. In the video, it does kind of look like he did trip. So I don't know if he was hit first and then he tripped. I'm not sure exactly what happened first. Some of you might know more, might know better than me, I'm sure. I'm just getting caught up on all this. Some of this I'm seeing for the very first time. So I'm giving you my first view on this. Take it or leave it. That's just how it is. Let's keep moving on. Those witnesses told Heavy that the first shooter was a white man in a helmet and bulletproof vest who got into an argument with Black Lives Matter protesters who had started fires in the area. So this is the main thing. Whoever this guy is, this is who the police should be looking for, first of all. Whoever shot this guy in the head was not Rittenhouse. That's the way that I'm looking at it. And like I said, if I'm wrong, I'll be more than happy to tell you that I'm wrong. But the way that I'm looking at it, the way that I'm reading this, all these videos, he's not walking up to people and shooting them, which is what the media is going to try to spread. And that's going to be the story in the next couple weeks, in the next couple months, once this kid gets off. And he will get off. What did he do but defend himself? So this is who they should be looking for. A white man in a helmet and bulletproof vest who got into an argument with the Black Lives Matter protesters who had started fires in the area. That's who police need to focus on, not Rittenhouse. They said Rittenhouse wasn't the same person, exactly. Now here's his bishop. Nice bishop. It's being reported that the shooter is a 17-year-old who drove to Kenosha from Antioch, Illinois with an AR-15 looking for trouble. I mean, come on. Can you get any more bias? This guy should not be a bishop. What kind of bishop is that? Fake bishop. He murdered 2 people and wounded a man who will lose his arm as a result. And I mean, it's just like, if you don't look at the videos, if you don't look at what really happened, you're going to believe this idiot bishop, obviously. And of course, it always has to tie back into Donald Trump. Where is real Donald Trump complaining about outside agitators? All Trump has been doing is talking about the outside agitators. He recognizes the difference between peaceful protesters and people that are paid to be there to start riots. That's why I want to know, the people that were shot, were they just mixed up in this? Were they just too dumb to realize what they were doing out there? Or were they paid protesters? That's gonna be a big point coming up. If they don't release their names because of that, I think we'll have our answer. So anyways, let's move beyond the fake bishop here. The shootings occurred at about 11:45 p.m. on August 25th after activists had been pushed out of Civic Center Park and many were wandering up and down Sheridan Road, the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel reported. People scattered at the sound of gunshots, and cell phone videos filmed in the crowd showed some people were carrying long guns. So there were multiple people with guns here. One of the videos showed a male with a long gun running into a parking lot and then taking off after he sees a man shot in the head on the ground. Chaos. Extremely graphic. Someone at the Kenosha riots was just shot in the head. Lives Matter show was there to record. I mean, where are the police during all this? So this is that same video. We're going to watch this one again. Very graphic. And Marie says, how old is the victim? Do you know? I don't know yet. That's a great question, though. We need to know more. We need to know as much as possible about these victims. So thank you for bringing that up, because he did look young, you know, and most of these people are young. That's why they're out there, because they're idiots. To be out there protesting. What are they protesting? They don't know anything about this case here. And if they did, they wouldn't be out there protesting. It's ridiculous. And they wouldn't be violent towards them either. But of course, once shots are fired, guess who the first person they call is? The police. It's super frustrating. Okay, let's watch this one again. I know you've seen it. It's the first thing that I played here. I'm going to play it again. I'm going to play this. So here we go. So what you have here, what we need to see is, where is the alleged shooter? Because I think there was somebody else shooting. I think the guy who got shot in the head was shot by somebody else, not shot by the 17-year-old kid, Rittenhouse. Let me go back here. There's Rittenhouse right there. He's running towards it. And he circles back around. That's him. He's protecting the victim. Everybody else is running. He's the only one who's staying. Well, there is one person else down there. But that's it. He's calling somebody. Maybe, hopefully the police. Which is what you should do. You get that motherfucker. So now they're coming after him. As if he did something wrong. Now they're all chasing him.
Get a light! Give me a fucking light!
Put pressure on it! Put fucking pressure on it!
Where, dude? Where? Where's the hole?
Wait, where are you? He's right here in his head! In his head!
That's a young guy.
Come on! Put pressure! Put pressure! Put pressure!
Call the police! Call the police!
Pressure! Hey, keep your eyes open! Keep your eyes open! You shot him!
I didn't.
Hey, you're okay. You're okay.
Let me talk to him.
You're okay.
Dude, that's not gonna help shit. Keep pressure on this shit.
Yeah, but you gotta keep him alive. Hey, bro, just talk to me, bro. What's your...
Okay. So there it is for the second time. That is dated 10 p.m. August 25th. I'll back these up before they all get taken down. Another video showed what appeared to be the same person running from a crowd of protesters, the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel reported. Okay, you can actually hear bullet fragments ricocheting off of the metal fencing. One individual shot in the chest. He fell to the ground and appeared to open fire on the people who were chasing him. The male with the long gun appeared to shoot 2 people from his spot on the ground. He's on the ground. He's defending himself. How much more clear can it be at this point? One in the torso and one in the arm. Everybody knows who this kid is. The cops had already talked to this kid. They know he's out there. He knows he's out. He's not hiding from anything. If they want to find him, that's why it was so easy for them to find him. He wasn't running from anything. He didn't do anything wrong from his point of view. He's defending himself. Now, you can have all these other people that come from out of state. That's okay to violently protest, but you have a person that comes from out of state to help defend against the violent protesters, and he is the bad guy here? Very wrong. Something is very wrong with that type of mentality. Yeah, and I do agree. The guy who was shot, you never want to see that. You never want to see anything like that. So it'll be curious to find out exactly what led up to that. Okay, extended footage of the shooting in Kenosha. So I'm going to go ahead and look at this one. They say he shot someone. They're saying he shot someone. Did he? See, tries to pull a gun, he shoots him in the arm. Somebody's shooting at him. He's not shooting. Unless he's shooting in the air or something. He's not shooting at any specific person right there. Very important. All these videos are going to be used for court. And you'll see it all. But here come the police. I mean, he's right there. How did they not have him? He's running towards the police. He's not scared. He's running towards them.
Hey, he just shot them. Hey, dude right here just shot them. Dude right here just shot all of them down there. That dude just shot them right there. That dude right here. Yeah.
Look at that.
Injured straight ahead. Someone injured straight ahead. No! Get out of the road! Get down there! God damn it!
That's pretty crazy. The kid is lucky they didn't shoot him right there, actually. It's a good thing he has his hands up. So that's good. But he's not running from anybody. He's not running from anything. I think that's pretty clear there. Wouldn't you all agree? I would hope so. Kenosha County Sheriff David Beth said authorities did not yet know if there was more than one person shooting in the crowd, the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel reported. A since-deleted picture of Rittenhouse posted to his mother's Facebook page showed he was part of the Grays Lake, Lightenhurst, Haynesville Public Safety Cadet Program in 2017, according to Heavy. Merc with the Mouth is tweeting, Kenosha mass shooter Kyle, he's already the mass shooter. There's no mass shooting. They're acting like this kid walked in here and just started shooting people. That is not what happened. If he wanted to run, he would not have went towards the police. He would have ran. He sees himself as a victim here. Okay. Appears to idolize police. So again, it's all about them versus us. It's not enough to be black versus white. Picture of this guy would have shot a couple black people instead of these protesters being white people. They would have had a field day with that too. But they didn't even need that. You know, the double standard, the hypocrisy, all of that. Because this guy supports cops, that means he idolizes them. I support police. I don't idolize them. Anyways, it's all over his FB, his picture, most of all. Right? And put this kid's life in danger, you know. All right. Anyways, let me go back up there. There was a little jump in that. We covered that one. I think we're just about done here. I know it's probably difficult for a lot of people to watch to check this out, but here we go. Here is a second identifying feature. In a picture posted to Wendy's account, you can see Kyle wearing a tan and white mess American flag that the shooter is also wearing. And again, he's not running from anything. He's not hiding anything. First thing he does is get on the phone. He only takes off when people tell him to take off. All right, his own Facebook page has numerous pro-police postings, as well as pictures of Rittenhouse posing with what appears to be the same AR-15 he was allegedly carrying during the riots in Kenosha on Tuesday night. Friends say he had gone to Kenosha on Tuesday night to help local businesses defend themselves from rioters in response to a call for help on social media. Which is true. That's what we've found out here. So now we're going to look at some of these other videos. We need to look at the press conference, definitely. And this is probably a good one here, too. I wonder if this will play. This is supposed to have all of the different signs.
That's what started most of this. Now we're all the way back by the gas station again.
Hey, thank you guys. Need water? Seriously. Guys, far right. You need water. We need water. We'll throw you one. Thank you. All right, come on, guys. Let's get out of here.
Police knew who this kid was.
Thank you.
They're helping the police. The defunded police.
Yes, you. You are a civilian. This area is closed to them. You're trespassing. Leave. Leave now. We got a couple. We got to save a couple, but we'll give you a couple. We appreciate you guys. We really do.
Hey, can we go this way? Can we walk this way? Hold on. I need a step. I'm sure they have a lot of bottles of water.
That's all we can spare.
Nice truck,
You're going to have to get out of there. You're just the last warning. You're going to have to move south or you're going to have to get off this block. This is the last warning.
As you can see, they're... Do you have a good angle? Yeah, very cool. And you guys local or no? Yeah. Yeah, okay, cool.
I'm Kyle, by the way.
No, we'll do this.
Coronavirus.
Oh, dude, I'm not afraid of no coronavirus.
Yeah.
In fact, my shirt underneath, it says, I survived the coronavirus. There you go. Yeah, it's very possible. Was that?
I'd be safe. It's dangerous.
Oh, bro. Believe it or not, I've been doing this for about 12 years, so 41. And, you know, if you guys see me get hit with something, I'm knocked out, that's when I need help.
Yep.
Or if it looks like somebody's going to beat me at the club, then I need help. Other than that, I can...
We'll be there to help.
Non-aggression principle. You know, I don't want anyone hurt.
I work at that business.
Oh, he got a gun! He got a gun! Fuck you!
Get down. Run! Rita, run! Holy fuck! They shooting. I felt them bitches go by.
No way, he shot that motherfucker?
Shot the fucking dude twice, I think.
Oh my god, he shot the guy.
Down, dude.
Holy fuck.
They threw a molotov cocktail.
He shot him.
Holy fuck.
Saw that.
Call 911, he's down!
Okay, you should have mind your business.
This dude running did it. Take screenshots. That dude shot him. That nigga just shot that dude!
So the orders you hear about yelling no cameras, them is white boys. Yeah, that's Antifa, man.
Look at that.
Ooh, we got a gun, baby. Ooh, they shoot. Ooh, he shot him. Get back. Shot him, man.
Look at that. Doing everything you should do.
Get a light on it! Get a light! Get me a fucking light!
Put pressure on it! Put fucking pressure on it!
Where, dude? Where? Where's the hole?
Wait, where are you at? Where? He's right here in his head, Come on! Put pressure, put pressure, put pressure!
Call the police! Call the police!
Pressure! Hey, keep your eyes open, keep your eyes open. You shot him?
I didn't fucking know.
Hey, you're okay, you're okay.
Let me talk to him.
You're
Talk
okay.
to him. Dude, that's not gonna help shit. Keep pressure on this shit.
Yeah, but you gotta keep him alive. Hey, bro, just talk to me, bro. What's up?
What do you do?
He's trying to run towards the cops. Guy goes for a gun and shoots him. If he's shooting at the ground at that point.
Hey, he just shot them. Hey, dude right here just shot them. Dude right here just shot all them down there. That dude just shot them right there. That dude right here. Yeah.
Injured straight ahead. Someone injured straight ahead.
See?
Get out of the road! Get down there! God damn it!
He ain't running.
Beat him up!
He's got a gun. He's got a gun. He's gonna kill him.
Oh shit! He shot that guy in the stomach. Oh shit! Shit! People are getting shot all around us. People are just getting shot everywhere, guys. Move! Take this! Take this! Take this, motherfucker! I got it! Oh, fuck me!
I need a fucking medic! I'm trying to get on the back!
It's the guy that tried to shoot him from the back.
Where are you back? In your bag? In your bag?
Email victim.
Tourniquet now. No. Tourniquet, take it. It's loaded.
Please tell me you know how to use this.
We got it.
It's not how you use it!
Help me, somebody help me, please. Right here, I got you.
What's it?
Tight. Make it tight. I'm going. Make it tight. Make it tight. Get tight. Yes. Move.
Come on.
Twist.
Come this way. Come on.
It's gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt.
Do it.
It's gonna hurt.
Do it.
Keep it right there. We're coming out to you. We got right in front of Bearcat.
Yeah.
We're coming out to you.
Fuck. Down at the end of the block. There's another victim down up the block. Up the street, there's another person down up on the corner. Hey, there's a loaded handgun in the road right here. You need to take that off the street right now.
Loaded hand.
Hey, he just shot them. Hey, dude right here just shot them. Dude right here just shot all of them down there. That dude just shot them right there. That dude right here. Yeah.
Injured straight ahead. Someone injured straight ahead. Get out of the road! Get down there! God damn it!
All right, so what do you guys think? Your guess is as good as mine. Your view is just as important, but it's pretty clear to me what's going on here. One last video before I shut.
What are you doing out here? Obviously, you're armed and you're in front of this business we saw burning.
Start that again.
What are you doing out here? Obviously, you're armed and you're in front of this business we saw burning last night. So what's up?
So people are getting injured, and our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is to also help people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way. That's why I have my rifle, because I need to protect myself, obviously, but I also have my med kit.
So there you go. That was obviously before any of that happened. So yeah, be curious to hear what everybody thinks about that. What do you think about the whole situation now? Does that change your view? Does that help your view? Does it make you sleep better at night? I don't know. But I'm going to go ahead and end this here with the police press briefing that happened just a few hours ago.
Which is the state of Wisconsin, and they will be the ones who will do the investigation, and then once the investigation is done, it will be turned over to the district attorney's office. What I want to talk to you about, though, today is what's going on. There are a lot of very good people in this community, and what is happening to them is wrong. People have differences of opinion. We have different concepts of how things should be done. Those are all fine, but violence in the community is not acceptable. Violence to property, violence to people, absolutely unacceptable. And it is up to us to make sure that that does not continue. We have called on many groups for support. And one of those I'd like to thank at the moment is Mrs. Blake, who came out and said, stop. This is not what her son wanted. And so I want to give a heartfelt thank you to her because she cared about the community and what was being done in her son's name. And that is appreciated. But we still have so many things that we have to deal with, and a lot of misunderstanding of what is being done in this community for the safety of the public and the safety of the community. And I want to just kind of walk through a little bit of what occurred after the shooting. The city made the request to the state for support, and Governor Evers granted the National Guard to come in. We have continually talked with them about the Guard, and the Guard has continued its numbers into the community to help us deal with the looting and violence that has occurred. We also have had the situation where we have called for a curfew, which is 7 o'clock to 7. And that curfew is there to protect the public. We need to make sure people are off the street so law enforcement can do their job. And I think sometimes people forget that they think that because you call a curfew, it's there so you can give tickets to everyone. It is not. It is there to protect the public. And that is so, so very important at this point in time. Kenosha is a community that in the long run will recover. We will work together to resolve our issues. We will work with the minority community to continue to move forward. And we will make this a better place to live. But it will take time. It will take healing. It will require us to reach out to all parties of the community and actually have honest dialogue. So I'm here today basically to, number one, inform everyone that we are not planning on letting this violence continue. Number two, we are going to work together to resolve the racial issues in our community, and we are going to make that work. The only other thing I'd like to add, which I forgot to say earlier, and I apologize because now I'm a little off topic, there's been a lot of talk about the support from Governor Evers. Governor Evers has been very supportive to the community, and I think everyone needs to know that. They also need to know that there's this concept that the federal government is not participating in Kenosha. They are. The FBI is here, ATF is here, and the U.S. Marshals are here. So it's important for everyone to know that this has been a activity where everyone has been involved in trying to make things better. I want to leave you with one last thought. And that is, there's an adage that I've always used in all my elections and campaigns, and it's going to sound a little hokey, I suppose. A community is only as strong as its weakest neighborhood. As a country, we are only as strong as the weakest city. We need to make sure that we help create or stop this divide and this anger that is going on in this country, and that only begins with each one of us willing to honestly talk with each other. So thank you for listening to me, and I will now turn it over to Sheriff.
Some of mine is going to mirror what the mayor said, and he actually reminded me that the night of the shooting, I did talk to Mrs. Blake. I talked to her for probably about 10 minutes on the phone, got her some information that she wanted about her son, told her where she had to go, what hospital to go to see. She was probably one of the calmest, nicest people I talked to that entire evening. And I haven't seen her, I haven't talked to her since, but she was, I agree, she was a very nice person and a calming person. To start off with, we got called in on Sunday after 5:30 to assist the city in a shooting. Our job is to protect the scene, and it got a little hairy out there as the night went on. Squad cars were damaged. I've seen some video taken by people. I'm very proud of our staff, the Kenosha Police Department staff, that went out there and protected the scene calmly, politely, and stood there in the face of rocks being thrown, one of the city captains got something that hit him in the back of the head and took him to the ground right in front of me. But everyone was on our end was very calm that night and maintained security and got out of there as well as we could. The march came downtown. The focal point for each and every demonstration that really we've seen is the building that we're in right now, the safety building. I think that's because law enforcement, the city police department, the Kenosha Sheriff's Department is stationed here. It is to some people it's, you know, we're the bad people, and to the majority of the community, we're the people that go out and help save and protect. The other part of it is the courthouse. The courthouse represents justice, and I know the people are looking for justice. Whatever it is, there's justice in where we're found guilty and when we're found innocent. So I'm sure that'll come out in time. On Monday, the numbers grew. Our resources also grew. We put out an all-call throughout the state to local sheriff's departments and police departments, and they showed up in numbers, in the hundreds. We put it out to, we also put it out there to, Monday, we thought we put it out to the National Guard, and we found that we had our wires crossed. We didn't actually request the National Guard on Monday night, or was it Sunday night? The first night, because we had our wires crossed. The second night, they did deliver people, and last night they delivered more. And we're very thankful for the National Guard. Like I said, we had sheriff's departments coming from all over the state of Wisconsin. They brought their personnel, they brought their equipment, they brought their armored cars, they brought things that we needed. The state of Wisconsin and the federal government, the FBI, the ATF, U.S. Marshals, they brought technology, they brought equipment too. And the resources and the information that they have passed to us is immense. We have got the DNR wardens that are down here that don't have riot gear. We're out every day in the face of everything. State troopers were here. The local agencies here in Kenosha and around us couldn't be better brothers and sisters than we could ask for to come and help protect Kenosha. Tuesday, we put up a fence around this building. All of you were allowed to come in through the gate. And the reason we put the fence around here is, like I said earlier, this is a focal point for protesting, and it still was last night. The protesters want to come here, say their piece, which is wonderful. No one in law enforcement, no one Stanford Free today has any issues with peaceful groups coming in here and protesting. We support that. I know that about a month ago, the mayor and I went over to one, and we kneeled for the Kneel for 9 with the group of people that were there. We were there supporting. The fence that's around these buildings, what it actually allows us to do, because this building holds inmates, and if somehow this structure got caught on fire, we can't move these people that quickly to get them to a safe spot. We have to protect the inmates. And we put the fence up to help protect this campus. The first night there was probably about $300,000 damage to this campus alone. And what the fence also does is it allows us to take the resources we needed to protect it, to move them out into the field on the outside of the fence, and do an even better job of working with the people in our community. Last night, with the fence up, we were much more assertive in the way we handled things. Shortly after 8 o'clock, the curfew went into effect. At 8 o'clock, we moved out an armored car, and we basically said, you need to leave. Curfew is 8 o'clock. You're in violation of the curfew, and if you don't, we will be taken into custody. Then some left, several left. We watched on the screen, we watched several leaving. They followed the orders, and then we, when some didn't come, I don't know if I saw it live, but I don't know if you saw it, they started pelting the officers over the fence with stones and bricks, and the armored car was pelted. There were molotov cocktails thrown. We gave them probably about another 10, 15 minutes, and then we did tear gas to help disperse the crowd. that was it's not something we wanted to do, but with the damage and the everything that went on Monday night, it was something we had to do. We had to disperse the crowd and get them moving out. The longer we let them go, the longer we let them build, the more dangerous the situation became. Tonight we're changing the curfew to 7 o'clock. We will gladly support all the peaceful protests that are really throughout Kenosha County up until 7 o'clock. And after that, we asked everybody to go home. Last night, I'm very proud of the people of Kenosha. Last night, when I moved from this building out to the command post, I drove down the streets and there was no one on it. The people of Kenosha let law enforcement and all our partners do our job. They let us do truthfully a much better job last night than we could do on Monday night. And the people stayed home. They moved their cars. They did everything we asked them to. And I want to thank the people of Kenosha for doing that. Tonight we're moving it to 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, the curfew will allow us to disperse whoever's gathered. Maybe there'll be no one, and I hope that's true, but disperse who's ever gathered in daylight. So it'll help us to be able to see better. It'll help the people to be able to see better. They won't be dispersing in dark. And we also find that after dark, we have many more issues with violence and things that go on. Last night during we had several hundred law enforcement, a few hundred National Guard, and again, I watched on TV, I watched these hundreds of law enforcement go out there and calmly go out there and first of all try to get people to leave, and then they assisted. Many were taken into custody, and for some it was truly just a curfew violation. But we're going to be very assertive in taking these people. If you don't follow the curfew, we're going to do our best to take you into custody for that violation. Wednesday, we have additional staffing coming from around the state. Unbelievable the amount of sheriffs and police departments that come and have offered to come, both with equipment and people, to come down here and help protect Kenosha County. As the mayor said, we have got the National Guard, FBI, U.S. Marshal, DNR, Wisconsin State Patrol, and agencies throughout the state helping to protect this city. Last night, every day we get better. In Kenosha, we are not accustomed to riots. We're not accustomed to it. We pulled resources, we pulled knowledge from federal and state agencies, and the cooperation between all of them have been incredible. There's some misinformation that, as the mayor pointed out, that the state isn't helping or the federal government isn't helping. Everyone's helping. Everyone is helping. Can all these different agencies round up the numbers we would have loved to have had on Monday night? They can't. They don't work like police agencies do. So with a few days' notice, these agencies were able to get more resources here. What we have been finding, and yesterday I did a couple interviews, is social media. I don't do social media. I don't do Facebook. I think I'd be too upset all the time if I did it. But the one thing that we found is that we do get information from those sources, but there's also a lot of misinformation coming from those sources. Yesterday, as the day went on, it started off in the morning. There was almost no social media about anything happening yesterday, almost none. By noon, it had grown. By early afternoon, it had multiplied again. And some of the things is, all of you get, and the people of Kenosha get Facebook updates and social media updates from other people, and it gets passed and passed and passed. And we were getting the same misinformation on Facebook that again, hundreds of times. We get the same thing, and they would actually even say, there's 30 vehicles at this location, and we'd send a squad car there, and there was no one there. So whoever's doing this put out this to scare the people of Kenosha, and it's working. It's working. What I want the people of Kenosha to know, though, is that we are working hard. We're working very hard, and we're getting better at this. And we've got more resources coming in. And we are not, like the mayor said too, we're not going to put up with what we saw Monday night. We're not going to. Does that mean we're going to stop it all? We aren't going to. It depends on numbers that come. We're not going to be able to stop it all, but we're going to be assertive in helping to protect the city of Kenosha and Kenosha County. And our neighbors from around the county, state, and country are here to help too. We blocked off the interstate, and we picked that up. Other larger cities did that, and it seemed effective. And when I talked to other agencies on the state and federal level, they seemed that worked. And it's an inconvenience for our local people. I am so sorry. Sorry that we did that, but there's a reason for it. It was to help protect you. Yesterday, I had a person call me and say, why don't you deputize citizens who have guns to come out and patrol the city of Kenosha? And I'm like, oh, hell no. And what happened last night, and I think Chief Miskinnis is going to talk about it, was probably the perfect reason why I wouldn't. Once I deputize somebody, they fall under the Constitution of the state of Wisconsin. They fall under the county of Kenosha. They fall under my guidance. They have to follow my policies. They have to follow my supervisors. They are a liability to me and the county and the state of Wisconsin. I don't know this for sure, but the incident that happened last night where 2 people lost their lives, I think they were part of this group that wanted me to deputize them. As a part of the county of Kenosha, that would have been, in reality, 2 deputy sheriffs who killed 2 people. It would have been one deputy sheriff who killed 2 people. Sorry about that. And the liability that goes with that would have been immense. So that's one of the things that was brought up to me, and I said, there's no way. There's no way that I would deputize people. One of the things that we had problems with last night is a lot of protesters come for the show. I mean, there's good protesters that come and pray and kneel and do all that stuff, and they chant, and I got no issue with that. I was doing it several weeks ago, and I'm good with that. But there are some, and we've got several that come here from outside Kenosha. They come from Illinois. They come from north of us. However, we've heard some people may have been arrested from Green Bay, Milwaukee. They're coming here. They have no desire to protest. And I go back to social media. One of the invitations looked like a party invitation, something you would get from your brother to come and see your niece's graduation or her birthday. Come, wear your black outfits, wear black masks, bring your backpacks filled with molotov cocktails, rocks, and whatever else they may have in those backpacks. So that was the invitation that went out. And I think there's something going on tonight. I'm not exactly sure what it was. But I go back to, I think some people are thinking that I should deputize, we should have these people out there with guns under my authority. What a scary, scary thought that would be in my world. And part of the problem with this group is they create confrontation. People walking around with guns, if I walk around in uniform with a gun, all of you probably wouldn't be too intimidated by it because you're used to officers having guns. But if I put out my wife with an AR-15 or my brother with a shotgun or whatever it would be, walking through the streets, you guys would wonder what the heck is going on. That doesn't help us. We are set up. We're going to do the curfew until Sunday right now. It can change. This is all fluid. We're going to do the 7 p.m. curfew until Sunday. And it might continue afterwards. It might get finished before. It is at this point, it's the interstate and east, a 7 p.m. curfew. For those that this puts a hardship on, I'm sorry. I really, really am. But it's something we have to do. I'm going to turn over to General Knapp right now and let him explain what from the National Guard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sheriff. Hello, I'm Major General Paul Knapp. I'm the Adjutant General for the state of Wisconsin in charge of emergency management for the state. Number one, I want to express my condolences to the families of those involved in the tragic events of Kenosha. Next, I want to talk about the Wisconsin National Guard and our role in supporting local authorities in Kenosha. On August 24th, Governor Evers called the Wisconsin National Guard to state active duty to serve in a supporting role and assist local law enforcement in preserving public safety and the ability of individuals to exercise their First Amendment rights to peacefully demonstrate. The Wisconsin National Guard is fully engaged to serve and protect the citizens of Wisconsin on this very important mission. For the last 2 nights, we've sent soldiers and airmen to support local law enforcement in the city of Kenosha in protecting lives and property. We are working diligently to provide additional assistance, and we're committed to meeting all the requests that we receive from civil authorities. The Wisconsin National Guard responds to formal requests from county emergency managers, and these requests are submitted to the State Emergency Operations Center. And then with the approval of the governor, National Guard resources can be committed to support civil authorities. The Wisconsin National Guard does not self-deploy and always serves in a supporting role. We don't choose on our own where or in what capacity to engage. However, these are fluid situations, and we remain responsive to requests with the governor's approval. When arriving on scene, the National Guard plays a supporting role to the local law enforcement who remains in charge of the mission. Guard personnel will remain on mission in Kenosha for as long as civil authorities require our support. For operational security purposes, the Wisconsin National Guard will not discuss troop numbers as it relates to this mission. However, we are mobilizing additional forces in accordance with requests submitted by civil authorities from and through appropriate channels. At the direction of Governor Evers, we're also working together via Emergency Management Assistance Compact, otherwise known as an EMAC request, to bring in additional resources from surrounding states to augment the military police forces as needed. The events in Kenosha are tragic, and our thoughts and prayers to all those involved go out to all those involved. The members of the Wisconsin National Guard are proud to serve the citizens of this great state. We stand ready to continue to support assistance to local authorities in times of crisis. The bottom line is we're your neighbors, we're your fellow residents, citizens of Wisconsin. We care about what happens here and throughout the state, and we are here to support the local authorities in bringing this to a peaceful conclusion. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce Kenosha Police Department Chief Dan Muskinis.
Good afternoon. You'll notice that there's a theme here in that there's concern for the public, for those that have been injured by the Kenosha Police Department, those injured by civilians, and the injuries inflicted upon the community itself by arsonists, molotov cocktails, looting, all of the violence that goes on. So I want to be very clear with that. Everybody that stands before you is very committed to bringing a peaceful resolution to the issue at hand. We understand there are underlying issues that are driving this. We're not going to fix them overnight, but the commitment is here from the leaders here to do something about it. So with that, there's a clear understanding that Kenosha is full of good people. Kenosha is not a community of violent people. The residents here are sad, they're scared, they're confused, but they're not violent. peaceful protests are welcome. It is a way, it has always been a way for the American public to speak their mind. We support that. I support that as an individual. We cannot support violence. When the line crosses from stating one's opinions to taking violent actions and hurting people, damaging property, and generally unruly behavior, that must stop. It not only is it bad for the community, it detracts from the message. The message here, the underlying message, is about racial tension and police violence. Whether or not that's a contributing factor, whether it is here in Kenosha and across the nation, those are issues that need to be worked on and addressed. When things become violent, that message is lost. It becomes all about violence. And that's clearly not what Kenosha is about. The people here are good people, and we're here to protect them. We've called in necessary resources to do that, and we will continue to do that to stand strong to protect all people here in Kenosha. So by now, everybody is aware that the Kenosha Police Department, one of our officers shot an individual here in the city of Kenosha, which is the, for lack of a better term, the event that triggered the unrest. Thankfully, Mr. Blake is alive and recovering from that incident. I don't have a lot of great details about the incident because I wasn't there. The state of Wisconsin has a statute and a procedure that removes the law enforcement agency involved in the use of force from the investigation. So you heard Sheriff Beth speak about how they came in a supporting role. They controlled the scene to control evidence, to protect the scene, to make sure that justice would be served in the end. No matter what that evidence showed, that was his job. The Kenosha Police Department steps back from that, and we become the people investigated rather than those doing the investigation. That is a recent change statutorily here in Wisconsin, one that I support, and I believe it adds transparency and a greater oversight by some. Unfortunately, what that also brings is what you see before you today, a chief who doesn't have details about the incident. So the Wisconsin Department of Justice Division of Criminal Investigation, or DCI, is the investigating agency here. They are the ones who are collecting evidence, interviewing all those involved, whether it's the officer, Mr. Blake, witnesses, any host of things. They're the ones doing the investigation to give it that outside view, that outside demand for justice. So I support that, and we will continue to participate in that cooperation. They will continue doing what they need to do, but again, I don't have details to share because of the way the system works. The support process here with DCI for us is very limited. The Sheriff's Department controls the scene. I, as a chief, have policies, we have procedures to cooperate, and that is what we do. We're not hiding behind what has been referred to by some across this nation over the years as a blue line of silence. It doesn't exist. We don't want bad cops. There aren't cops here who want to go out and hurt people, right? So I understand that there's a difference of view, and there may be some underlying political issues that, again, as I said before, are not going to be solved. I ask for everybody in this room, everybody listening, and the citizens here that are affected to allow for time for that process to play out. The decisions in that case will be made based upon evidence collected by an outside agency presented to somebody else to make that decision. The Kenosha Police Department will not come out and make a ruling one way or the other in that. So that process is in place. I believe it's fair, and I believe it's a good thing for not only the citizens of Kenosha, but those across this nation. Since the incident, there have been peaceful protests and prayer vigils. There's a lot of good people out there, and there are a lot of good people who want to draw attention to underlying issues, to draw attention for the need for change, and to draw attention to the need for the potential for police reform if necessary. And I bring that last statement into effect in that I think most people I've talked to believe that there may be the need for reform, but they're not racing to judgment. They will bring up ideas, and much of it is of what we've talked about or I've heard from citizens are at place. They do exist. There's just perhaps not enough communication. And today's meeting is somewhat about that. So you have my commitment that we will try to do our best to share more information. It's just difficult when you're removed from the process to do that. So I ask again, as we move forward, today's theme is about progress toward restoring healing and having a community that comes out of this stronger. So over the last few days, Kenosha also experienced, unfortunately, looting, arson, molotov cocktails, violence, persons injured. In addition, last night, in a situation that began peaceful and turned somewhat unruly, and the sheriff spoke about things that were thrown, hammers, bricks, violence toward law enforcement, and for the National Guard who was assisting in controlling judgment, or controlling the scene here and protecting those who were rightfully speaking their mind. Persons who were out after the curfew became engaged in some type of disturbance, and persons were shot. Everybody involved was out after the curfew. I'm not going to make a great deal of that, but the point is the curfew's in place to protect. Had persons not been out involved in violation of that, perhaps the situation that unfolded would not have happened. So the last night, a 17-year-old individual from Antioch, Illinois, was involved in the use of firearms to resolve whatever conflict was in place. The result of it was 2 people are dead. This is not a police action. This is not the action, I believe, of those who set out to do protests. It is the persons who were involved after the legal time, involved in illegal activity that brought violence to this community. So last night, unfortunately, a 26-year-old Silver Lake resident and a 36-year-old Kenosha resident lost their lives to this senseless violence. A 26-year-old West Allis resident was also injured, but is expected to survive. This case is still very active. We have investigators out now, still following leads and doing what we can to bring about a closure to that. The names of those involved are not being released at this time. As I said, it's a very active investigation, and we have a person in custody out of state. I'll be working to bring that person to Wisconsin to face appropriate charges. What I can't tell you is what led to the disturbance, that led to the use of deadly force by this person, and if both deaths are related to the same person. I don't know that at this point. Investigation, as I said, is very new. So we will do what we can to get more information out as it becomes available. It just simply isn't available at this time. So the Kenosha Police Department is working in concert with outside agencies to address the Kenosha County residents' concerns. But we are currently the focal point for much greater issues. We will do our part to try to be an example of how we can resolve those. And I will take complete ownership of the lack of media releases. So in the last 5 days, I've probably slept 3 hours. The demands that are placed upon the police department, the police chief, and all of its resources sometimes make this role take a back seat, where I'm concerned with the protection of citizens rather than providing information. I will do a better job with that. So with that, I ask for your support in healing here and across this nation, and we all together can and should make a difference. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce our County Executive, Jim Cruiser.
Thank you, Mr. Sheriff. As Kenosha County Executive, I am saddened by these events that have led to this situation we find ourselves in at this moment in time. But our county is strong, it's resilient, and we will get through this and come out stronger. I've always said that Kenosha County is like the biggest small town in Wisconsin. We love and care for each other, but we failed in that regard. An area that I work and pledge, along with the mayor, bringing people together of all facets of our community so we can listen, hear, learn, and move forward. My heart breaks for all those who've been injured or killed, and the people and the businesses that have been impacted throughout our community and our county. We are with you. We support you. I want to thank those many people, hundreds of people, who came out and cleaned up after every morning after destruction has taken place. They boarded up businesses, cleaned up the sidewalks. They're the silent heroes out there just helping Kenosha get back together. Make no mistake that if you're coming out to our county to do harm or damage to our community, you'll be arrested and prosecuted. This is not or will not be tolerated. I want to thank the National Guard, Major General Paul Knapp, for the ongoing significant support, and the many state and federal agencies that are all making up a robust law enforcement presence here and that support our community. Seeing these gentlemen work behind the scenes, there's not a hitch in the giddy up. State, federal government, local governments, every agency involved that's already been named at this press conference. It's proud to see that team pulling together to move forward. I want to urge everyone here and the good people of Kenosha to stay home after curfew and to keep the demonstrations peaceful. And let's show the world we are united, a united community that I know we can be and will be better in the future. And God bless all of us and those who have been affected by this incident and situation. Thank you.
Now, some of you I know very well. Some of you have probably texted me through the night and when I was trying to get my 2 hours sleep. And I know that we didn't answer all your questions. And I'm going to let you know that there's no way we can answer everyone's questions in here, but we will give you like 15 minutes or so to answer the ones that we can. And just so you know, don't feel like you have to get your answers right now. We are going to do something like this every single day, and I believe it's going to be at 1 o'clock every single day until this whole thing passes, so we can get information out to the people of Kenosha, people of the state of Wisconsin, and truly this country of what's going on here in Kenosha. So,
Thank you, Sheriff.
I appreciate it. This is either a question for you or the police chief here. Have either of you seen the video of the shooter last night?
I saw a video of the person that someone told me was, yes.
Okay. So he shoots people in the video. He opens fire, and then he walks away and walks toward officers. He appears to have his hands up in the air, wanting to turn himself
Exactly.
in. But then he later
Good point.
flees.
He doesn't.
Whoever was there, officers, sheriffs, why did they let him go? How was he able to go?
That's a good question.
I wasn't there, but just hearing what you just said, I have a pretty good idea.
Because he didn't do anything wrong.
At that point, and I don't know what was going on right then. I don't have a clue. But there's screaming, there's howling, there's chanting, there's a squad car running, there's MRAPs and Bearcats idling, and I don't know where it was, so I don't know. And if the officer happened to be in the car, the radio traffic was nonstop. And there were people running all over the place. So they absolutely, and again, I don't know what was going through the officers that was there. I don't know if it was one of ours or someone else's. So I can't tell you for sure. But knowing what you just said, I can picture all kinds of...
That's kind of weird too. All of a sudden, their feed drops, and we get that there. So I'm gonna wrap this up here. But the article, really good article, and just take all this garbage out here because that's where the real article is, right here. But the last thing I want to look at is the documents. So here are. Where is it? There's somewhere here that has the actual document, the charging documents. Here we go. This is going to take us to a scribe. Oh, I wonder if I can do this without being signed in. Probably not. Okay, so you can always get those documents by going to the article here. Blue Lives Matter.blue. Police arrest 17-year-old for murder over shooting at Kenosha riots. So go there, go to the charging documents. You'll have to create a free account on Scribe, but you can get those. I'm sure they're out there somewhere else, but oh, this is only one page, so we can actually look at this here. Let's see if I can make this big. So you can actually see exactly what it is here, but here it is. You know, they give you everything you need to know. If you want to harass this guy, or, you know, there it all is. So
Pretty interesting. Fugitive of justice. I mean, that's the big question. I'm glad that that reporter at the end asked that question. Is it almost looked like he was trying to give himself up, and then nothing happened. So I don't know. We'll have to hear more about that. But it's a defendant after having been charged in Kenosha shooting of Wisconsin with the offense of first-degree intentional harm. Like he intended to kill these people. There's no way that that's gonna. Now here's the weird thing. They know that that's not gonna work. So then it'll be another white guy who got off, killing other people. If it was a black guy, that wouldn't happen. They throw the book at him. It's all about race baiting. All of this is a lot bigger than all of these cases. It is not a coincidence that we're seeing the same thing here happen in multiple cities, in multiple states, across this country, across the whole planet. This is a global op. It is a program, and it's not a good program. It's an evil program. And they want to burn everything down. They want to tear down this country and tear down the good people and turn us all into them, into evil. God bless you all. I hope you don't let it happen. Until next time.
Swear the testimony about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
You may be seated.
Could you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
Kyle Rittenhouse, Rittenhouse.
Kyle, where do you reside?
Walworth County.
How old are you?
18.
On August 25th of 2020, did you come to downtown Kenosha to look for trouble?
No.
Would you have shot Joseph Rosenbaum if he hadn't chased you trying to take your firearm?
Objection, leading.
It sounds kind of leading.
Would you... I'll get to it. Are you a high school graduate?
Yes.
What high school?
Penn Foster Online High School.
Are you currently enrolled in any further studies?
I'm a college student studying nursing at Arizona State University.
Who do you currently live with?
My mom and two sisters.
Directing your attention to August 25th of 2020, where did you reside?
Antioch, Illinois.
Do you remember the address?
286 Anita Terrace, apartment 104, Antioch, Illinois.
And who did you live with there?
My mother and two sisters.
What's your father's name?
Michael Rittenhouse.
Back on August 25th of 2020, where did he reside?
He lived in Kenosha, in the city of Kenosha, in the apartments behind the Pick and Save on 50th. On 50.
Do you have any other family that's from Kenosha?
Yes.
What?
My grandmother, my aunt, my uncle, and cousins all live in the city of Kenosha.
Okay. There's been testimony in this trial about the firearm in question, which has been marked. States 28. You've seen that gun?
Yes.
Before August 25th of 2020, had that gun ever left the state of Wisconsin?
No.
Now, before this event happened on August 25th of 2020, did you have any hobbies?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you like to do.
I was a swimmer. I enjoyed working. I was a lifeguard. Hanging out with friends, going to the beach. Just normal teenage stuff.
Were you a member of any groups, organized groups?
Yes.
What?
I was a police explorer for Grays Lake Police Department, and I was a firefighter EMT cadet for Antioch Fire Department.
Did you have any training in life-saving, anything like that?
Yes.
What?
I was a certified lifeguard. I am a certified lifeguard and swim instructor. I am certified in Stop the Bleed, CPR, AED, automatic external defibrillator, and basic life support.
Okay. On August 25th of 2020, where were you employed?
I was furloughed at the YMCA in Lindenhurst, Illinois, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and I was working at the Recplex in Pleasant Prairie.
Okay. Recplex here in Kenosha County?
Yes.
Now, on the night of the 24th, did you come to downtown Kenosha?
Not downtown, but I came to Kenosha for work.
Okay. And after your shift at work completed, where did you go?
I went to Dominic Black's stepfather's house. I believe his name is Scott Dickhart. It's been a while since I've seen him.
Okay. And who is Dominic Black in relationship to you? Dominic Black and my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse used to date. Okay. And on the night of the 24th, were you aware of anything going on in Kenosha?
I knew there was protests, demonstrations, and riots going on in the later evening.
Okay. And how were you aware of that?
I saw videos on social media, on Facebook live streams, TikTok of. I saw the Car Source lot being burned down, the Car Source 1, what we've been referring to. I saw a police officer get assaulted. He had a brick thrown at his head. And I saw the mattress store owner get knocked out, and I believe his jaw was broken and had to be wired shut or something.
And you saw all of that on the 24th?
Yes.
Did you go to downtown Kenosha at that time and try and do anything about that?
No, I did not.
Directing your attention to the late morning of August 25th, 2020, did you have occasion to go downtown?
I did go to downtown in the morning of August.
Go there with?
I went there with Dominic Black, my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse, and Ray Dickhart.
And describe what you did.
We walked around for a little bit, and then I believe at around 11:30 noon, we ended up at Ruther Central High School, where we ended up cleaning graffiti for about, I want to say, an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Previously marked as Exhibit 131. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Could you describe what you see in that photo?
Towards the left in the olive green shirt, that's me, and then to my left, that's Ray Dickhart, and to my right, that's my sister Mackenzie Rittenhouse. And
what are you doing there?
We're cleaning graffiti off of Ruther Central High School.
And were you getting paid to do this?
No, I was not.
And you see what the graffiti says?
Yes.
And you do what it said as you were cleaning it off?
Yes.
I won't repeat it. After you were done doing that, what did you do?
We went to the car source lot, the first location, and we were looking at the destruction of the burnt cars, and we saw the owner, Sam and Sal, I believe that's what they told us their names were.
And you saw, when we say car source, the one that you met Sam and Sal at is what we've been referring to as car source number 1?
Yes.
And that's the one that they just played a video of all the burnt out cars?
Yes.
Did you have any discussions with Sam and Sal?
Briefly, I offered my condolences, and I said if there's anything I can do, please reach out to me. He gave me his number. I gave him my number, and
you were with Dominic Black at that time?
I was.
And your sister?
Yes.
And what did you do after that?
After that, we walked back to, I believe, we parked our car by, you see the parking lot?
Do you have the pointer up there?
Yes. We parked our car right out of that corner, somewhere over there.
I can't see that far, I'm sorry. You're referring to the parking lot, which is at the corner, 5th Sheridan, East.
Correct.
And you had 8th Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you can put the pointer down. And whose car did
Hey, have you seen this new belt? It's made with magnets.
aid. I brought my orange first aid kit, the fanny pack, and I also brought my Pelican box, which was filled with first aid stuff by my feet to prevent. Was me and Ryan Balch were a little bit north, towards the north corner of 59th and Sheridan, and Mr. Rosenbaum was walking with a steel chain, and he had a blue mask around his face, and he was just mad about something. Me and Mr. Balch were asking people if they needed medical help, and then he screamed, sorry for my language, he screamed, "If I catch any of you fuckers alone, I'm going to fucking kill you."
And that was directed at you and Mr. Balch?
It was directed at both of us, what I believe.
And there was a second occasion where he threatened you?
Yes. The second time was outside of the car source. And I don't know if it was directed towards me, but I heard it. He said to, I believe it was Joanne Fiedler, Dustin, Colette, and another guy. He was screaming. He said, "I'm going to cut your fucking hearts out and kill." I'm not going to repeat the second word, but kill you, N-words.
Now, did you ever see Mr. Rosenbaum doing any physical property damage?
I did.
Where?
I saw him with, I now know to be Joshua Zeminski. I saw him tip that trailer over and the porta potty. I saw him do both. And I believe he tried to start the porta potty on fire. I don't know. I don't think he succeeded. But then I saw him with Mr. Zeminski. He was either helping start it or he was like throwing stuff on it. I don't know which one he was doing.
Where did you originally see that trailer?
That trailer was in the St. James Church parking lot. Sort of like right over here in like the backish corner, what I remember.
And did you see how it got from there to where it was put on fire?
It was pulled.
By who?
It was several people that pulled it into the street, and I can't tell you definitely who pulled it into the street.
And you went down there and saw them starting a fire?
I didn't go down there. I was at the corner of the car source lot.
Okay. And you referred to Mr. Zeminski. Before August 25th of 2020, had you ever met Mr. Zeminski?
I have not.
Did you ever meet him since?
I have not.
Now, when you first saw Mr. Rosenbaum, was his top half of his body clothed or unclothed?
He was clothed with a blue mask the first time I saw him. Yeah, blue mask.
And what color was his shirt, if you remember?
A dark red-ish color.
Now, did you provide medical help to anyone?
I did.
Describe a couple of those occasions.
The first time I provided medical help to someone was this lady. I think she sprained her ankle or twisted.
Homeowners, if you are tired of paying too much money for electricity and have a history of paying your bills on time, then you could be eligible for a program that allows you to go solar for $0 out of pocket. That's right, you won't spend a dime out of pocket to go solar. And the best part is, when your solar is installed, it can actually generate excess energy, causing your meter to run backwards and credit towards your electric bill, so you won't ever have to worry about making a payment again. Seeing if you qualify starts by clicking the link in this video and answering a few qualification questions. So if you're looking to save thousands of dollars every year on your electric costs, then don't delay. Well, this is actual money. This program is first come, first serve, and it is expiring very, very soon. And these subsidies are being phased out at the end of 2021. This whole program is actually sponsored by government and state tax incentives. So if you do qualify for the program, that means you will get paid thousands and thousands of dollars back in your taxes and on your tax return just for switching to solar. And it's not going to cost you anything out of pocket at all. So click the link in this video and see if your home qualifies. You can still watch the video you came here to watch. We're just going to open up another window and we're going to ask you a couple quick questions to make sure your home qualifies, because not all homes qualify, unfortunately. And that is the catch to this. But thankfully, if you're watching this, then that means your home probably resides in a qualified area. So if you want to start saving money at no cost, then click the button below and let's start saving together. We'll see you on the other side.
Why doesn't every home in the U.S. have solar panels? The number one reason is not about sunlight or weather or even politics. It's actually just because most people don't know that solar is available at no cost. People just assume they have to pay thousands of dollars to buy the panels and thousands more to get technicians to install them. But the truth is that you can now get paid $2,500 to get the newest generation of solar panels and a Tesla Powerwall. And you don't pay for any of the equipment or any of the installation. And once you have it, you have complete energy freedom. You generate your own power, so you can have a monthly power bill of $0. And this freedom also means protection from the unreliable power grid. We all saw what happened in Texas when winter storms cut power to millions of homes. And these weather events
Whose car did you get there in?
Dominic Black. Parking lot. We went to there also. He was driving a van of some sort.
Okay. And what was the discussion?
Sam and Sal thanked us for coming out to help. And then Sal said, hey, why don't you guys hop in my car? If I remember correctly, it was either a white or black BMW or Mercedes. I don't recall exactly.
And why did he want you to get in his car?
He was going to drive us down to Car Source lot number 3.
Okay. And did you agree to get in his car?
I did.
And who went to Car Source number 3?
Me, Dominic Black, and Nick Smith.
And who was driving?
Sal.
And when you got there, what happened?
We got out and we hung around for a couple minutes, and then some people showed up. I now know who they are, but at the time I didn't.
Okay. Can I show what's been marked as Exhibit 3030. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And can you, Your Honor, can you go up there, please, and point out, the people who you knew before that picture was taken and name them?
Yes. This is... This is Sal, the owner. This is Ryan Balch. This is Joanne Fiedler. This is Justin Hamilton. This is Dustin Collet. This is Nicholas Smith. I don't recall his name. This is me. And this is Dominic Black.
Okay. We've heard testimony. You can have a seat.
we've heard testimony about you, Nick, and Dominic. You knew those individuals before August 25th of 2020?
I knew Nicholas Smith and Dominic Black.
Okay. You did not know the owner of CarSource previously?
I did not.
Was he being nice to you guys? Was he happy you were there? Was he mad at you for being there? Describe it.
He was happy we were there.
Okay. And you heard their testimony, the two owners, I believe that was Friday afternoon?
I did.
And did they give you permission to be there?
They did.
And the other individuals in this photograph, some of whom have testified in this trial, 10 minutes before this photograph was taken, did you know any of them?
I did not.
Had you ever spoken to any of them?
No.
And when you were there, what was the idea? Was there a plan? What was going to happen?
Yes, the plan was to, I went down there to provide first aid. I brought my orange first aid kit, the fanny pack, and I also brought my Pelican box, which was filled with first aid stuff by my feet to provide first aid.
The orange box by your feet you refer to as a Pelican box?
Yes.
Did you have that before the 25th?
Yes.
Was it stocked?
Yes.
With things that you had bought and brought?
Yes.
And do you go with that every day, or is that because of the situation?
It was in the trunk of my car.
Okay. And the fanny pack, what's the situation with that?
It was my work bag. I brought it to work with me, and I would put it under my lifeguard booth.
Okay. And that had first aid supplies?
Yes.
Now, after the meeting here at 63rd and Sheridan Road, what's been referred to as CarSource 3, what happened?
After the photograph, I believe, I don't recall exactly, but there was about 2 or 3 vans that pulled up, like big vans with people inside of them.
Okay. And what was their role in this evening?
Well, they showed up and they wanted to protect the business, and I didn't really have a say in what everybody was doing. I was just there doing my first aid stuff, and then Ryan Ball said, hey, why don't you guys stay here, and we'll go down to the CarSource number 2.
Okay. And so the people, a group of people was going to stay at CarSource 3, and the people depicted in this photograph were going to go where?
CarSource 2.
And is that what happened?
Yes.
And so at that point then, Sam and Sal had coverage, for lack of a better word, at both of their businesses to protect the property, correct?
Yes.
So you get down to CarSource 2, did all of these people go there?
Yes. Besides Sal, the owner, he did not.
Okay. During the night, was Sam and Sal there?
They were not.
They left you guys there?
Yes. I believe Nick Smith was in contact with them throughout the night. I'm not certain, but I believe they were.
And you get down there, were you able to get in and out of the business?
Yes.
How?
Sal, the owner, actually gave Nick Smith a set of keys.
Did you personally see that?
I did.
Did he give you any other direction regarding any equipment or anything like that?
He let us know where, like, the power washers and the fire, I think there was a single fire extinguisher in the building and some hoses, the hose hookups, just in case there was any fires we needed to put out at the lot.
Anything else about the roof?
He showed I believe it was Dominic Black and Nick Smith, the 2 ladders that were there to get up on the roof.
Okay. And did you guys use those ladders?
I didn't personally, but the people that were on the roof did.
Okay. And you saw them use those ladders?
I didn't see them, but that's how they got up there.
Okay. Where were you predominantly at CarSource 2?
I was in front of the CarSource 2.
Now, during the night at CarSource 2, did you stay there the whole time?
No.
When you would leave CarSource 2,
with mulch, and we would go ask if anybody needed any first aid assistance, and we would see if there were any fires, and we...
Okay. Did you personally put out any fires?
I did.
Where?
I put one out at the church.
Can you use a pointer?
So right here was where there was the demolishing. They were breaking some stuff down. But right here, I believe there was another building with an alleyway. It was either right here or right here. I don't remember fully. But there was a fire down the alleyway where they were trying to set the building and church on fire, and me and Mr. Balch, and I believe somebody else was with us. We went to go put that fire out.
Did you put it out?
We did.
Then what did you do?
Around that time, we saw Ruther Central High School on fire, the front doors, and we were walking north down Sheridan Road to go put the fire out. And then somebody else put the fire out before we got to Ruther Central High School.
When you say the front, is that right here on Civic Park?
No, sorry, that's my mistake. You're walking north on Sheridan. It's the side of the building on Sheridan Road, towards the left when you're walking north.
In the general area where you had tried to help remove graffiti earlier?
Yes, in that photo to the right.
Okay. And during the evening, was there any friction between your group and protesters/rioters?
No. The only type of stuff that happened was the person that attacked me first threatened to kill me twice.
Okay. And the person who threatened to kill you, we now know is Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
Before August 25th of 2020, had you ever seen him before?
I did not.
Had you ever done anything to upset him?
No.
Now, you said he threatened to kill you twice.
Yes.
Describe the first time.
The first time was me and Ryan Balch were a little bit north, towards the north corner of 59th and Sheridan, and Mr. Rosenbaum was walking with a steel chain, and he had a blue mask around his face, and he was just mad about something. Me and Mr. Balch were asking people if they needed medical help, and then he screamed, sorry for my language, he screamed, "If I catch any of you fuckers alone, I'm going to fucking kill you."
And that was directed at you and Mr. Balch?
It was directed at both of us, what I believe.
And there was a second occasion where he threatened you?
Yes. The second time was outside of the car source. And I don't know if it was directed towards me, but I heard it. He said to, I believe it was Joanne Fiedler, Dustin, Colette, and another guy. He was screaming. He said, "I'm going to cut your fucking hearts out and kill," I'm not going to repeat the second word, but "kill you," and words.
Now, did you ever see Mr. Rosenbaum doing any physical property damage?
I did.
Where?
I saw him with, I now know to be Joshua Zeminski. I saw him tip that trailer over and the porta potty. I saw him do both. And I believe he tried to start the porta potty on fire. I don't know. I don't think he succeeded. But then I saw him with Mr. Zeminski. He was either helping start it or he was like throwing stuff on it. I don't know which one he was doing.
Where did you originally see that trailer?
That trailer was in the St. James Church parking lot. Sort of like right over here in like the backish corner, what I remember.
And did you see how it got from there to where it was put on fire?
It was pulled.
By whom?
It was several people that pulled it into the street, and I can't tell you definitely who pulled it into the street.
And you went down there and saw them starting a fire?
I didn't go down there. I was at the corner of the car source lot.
Okay. And you referred to Mr. Zeminski. Before August 25th of 2020, had you ever met Mr. Zeminski?
I have not.
Did you ever meet him since?
I have not.
Now, when you first saw Mr. Rosenbaum, was his top half of his body clothed or unclothed?
He was clothed with a blue mask the first time I saw him. Yeah, blue mask.
And what color was his shirt, if you remember?
A dark red-ish color.
Now, did you provide medical help to anyone?
I did.
Describe a couple of those occasions.
The first time I provided medical help to someone was this lady. I think she sprained her ankle or twisted. I don't know exactly. I'm not an expert on x-rays, or I wouldn't know. She hurt her ankle and she was being carried by two gentlemen. And I said, hey, before that I was just, but I was like, hey, do you need help? And she said yes, and I said, okay, let's go into the car source where I was, and I wrapped her ankle, and then she went on her way, and I let her know there was a hospital, I want to say southbound Sheridan, across the street from car source 3. Hospital was over there, and she should go get it.
Anybody else?
Yes.
What?
Somebody threw a chemical bomb, actually right after I heard, I'm going to cut your hearts out from Mr. Rosenbaum. I don't know who threw it, but somebody threw a chemical bomb, and Ryan Balch had some effects of it, so I helped Mr. Balch with being able to breathe, and I helped flush his eyes out and had him drink some water.
Okay. You, in the answer to the question just before, you said something about being pepper sprayed?
I did.
And where did that happen?
That happened at the car source. I believe it's the first time a big crowd of people were over there. I was pepper sprayed by somebody that was in the crowd. I don't know why, but I was pepper sprayed.
Did you do anything in retaliation?
I did not.
Now, directing your attention to later in the evening, did there come an occasion where you had contact with Mr. McGinnis?
There was.
And before this evening, August 25th, 2020, did you ever met or spoke to Mr. McGinnis?
I have not.
And you and Mr. McGinnis and Mr. Balch go someplace?
Yes.
And describe that.
I get done with my interview with Mr. McGinnis, and I asked Mr. McGinnis, no, I don't ask him. I said, if you want to come with us, that's fine, to document and film me and Ryan helping people. And he said, yeah, sure. And he followed behind us.
And in that tape from Mr. McGinnis, there's talk about you being an EMT, correct?
Yes.
Are you an EMT?
I am not.
You have first aid and other training?
I do.
And you go to south on Sheridan Road?
Correct.
You cross 60th and Sheridan Road?
I believe we stay just to the right going south on Sheridan Road.
And eventually you cross Sheridan Road?
Eventually.
And were the Bearcats there yet?
No. Yes, they were.
Okay. Had they set up a line to stop people that you were aware of?
Not that I was aware of. I just know they were parked right there and people were throwing rocks at them.
Okay. Did anybody tell you not to cross that line? You wouldn't be able to go back?
Not until later in the evening.
Okay. You cross that line, and where do you go?
We continue straight in a southerly direction down Sheridan Road.
Okay. Were you going any place in particular?
No, we were just going to see if anybody needed medical help, and I looked at a guy's shoulder on the way there.
Okay. And you finish with the guy's shoulder, and you continue on, and what happens?
I continue walking in a southerly direction down Sheridan Road, and then as I'm walking, I believe you guys have been referring to him as Yellow Pants. He said he said something to me. I believe it was, You were the one that pointed your rifle at me with the laser pointed at me. I believe that's what I heard. And I didn't. That's the first time I saw him that night, so I was confused. So I said I did, and then I continued to walk away.
And was the did an admission that you did it, or more of a statement with a question?
It was a sarcastic remark.
Okay. Did you engage with him any further?
No.
And from there, where do you go?
There I continue walking in a southerly direction, merging towards the middle of Sheridan Road.
Okay, at that point, do you become aware of anything?
In about as I'm walking, I start to look because I realize Mr. Balch is not with me anymore.
Okay, did you continue on your way down Sheridan Road without Mr. Balch?
No, I actually went to go look for Mr. Balch in the Ultimate Gas Station parking lot.
Okay, when you went to the Ultimate Gas Station parking lot, describe what was going on there.
There were a lot of people there. I don't really know what was going on. I was just focused on trying to find Mr. Balch. As I was looking for him, couldn't find him. I said, okay, no problem. I'll just go back to the car source lot. Dominic Black.
Let me back up. Were you able to get back to car source number 2?
No, I did not.
Describe that.
As I was trying to get back, the police stopped me. Well, didn't stop me. They told me, I believe they said lines of to not go down there. And I was telling them, hey, I need to go down there. That's where I'm at, that business. I exactly how that conversation went, but they wouldn't let me go back to car source lot number 2.
So you weren't able to car source 2?
I was not.
Did you disobey the police's order?
No.
And you're alone, you're stuck on the other side of the police line from the car source 2. Where do you go?
I go to where there's other people at the gas station protecting the gas station, and I go there because I believe that's the safest place to go because there's other people there. And
at that point, were you able to find Mr. Balch?
I was not.
Well, you're at the Ultimate Gas Station, I think we've been calling it?
Correct.
Pointed out, just was known.
Right there, the Ultimate Convenience Center, diagonal from the Golf gas station.
Okay. And when you were there, what's the next significant thing that happened?
Dominic Black calls me and he says, Kyle, I need you to get down to the car source lot number 3. The cars are being bashed in. They're setting all the cars on fire. I need you to go and put the fires out.
Okay. And did you do anything as a result of that phone call?
I did.
What?
At the Ultimate gas station, I asked, I don't know who he is, but I asked an individual if he could come with me and if I could have a fire extinguisher to put out the fires.
Were both of those requests satisfied?
One of them were.
What?
I was given a fire extinguisher, but he said he can't come with me, and he said he believes there's already people down there helping protect the business.
Okay. And what did you do then?
I start running towards the car source lot number 3 to put out the fires, pausing occasionally to catch my breath and walk.
Okay. On the way to car source 3, did you have any interaction with Mr. Rosenbaum?
I did not.
Did you speak to Mr. Rosenbaum?
No.
Did you notice Mr. Rosenbaum doing anything as you went down to car source 3?
I didn't notice Mr. Rosenbaum until he came out from behind the car and ambushed me.
Okay, I'll get to that. Did you run the whole way?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You had your gun, correct?
Yes.
And you had a fire extinguisher?
Yes.
And you had your medic?
My medical bag, yes.
And were you asking people about medic at that point?
I was asking people if they needed medical help as I was getting down there.
Did you receive any responses?
No, I didn't.
Describe your approach to car source number 3.
As I'm walking down Sheridan Road, I hear somebody scream, "Burn in hell," and I reply with friendly, to let them know, hey, I'm just here to help. I don't want any problems. I just want to put out the fires if there are any. I continue walking, and then I notice the Duramax. I notice a in the back seat of the Duramax, and I stepped towards the Duramax, and as I'm stepping forward, I believe his name is now Joshua Zeminski. He steps towards me with a pistol, and as I'm walking towards to put out the fire, I drop the shirt and I take a step back.
Okay. When you step back from Mr. Zeminski, what's your plan?
My plan is to get out of that and go back north down Sheridan Road to where the car source lot number 2 was.
And did you get back? Were you able to go in a northerly direction?
I wasn't.
Describe what happens.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder, and Mr. Rosenbaum, and go back north down Sheridan Road to where the car source lot number 2 was.
And did you get back? Were you able to go in a northerly direction?
I wasn't.
Describe what happens.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder, and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side, and I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski, and there were there were 3 people right there.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
That's what I...
What do we want? Justice! No justice! No justice! No justice! No justice! No justice! No justice! We on that ass. None of that. We want justice. Say their name! Anthony and Jojo! 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 Say their name! Anthony and Jojo!
That's where I run.
We're going to just take time for our break anyway. You can just relax for a minute, sir. We're going to take a break about 10 minutes, and please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. let's aim for 10 minutes, but it'll probably be a tad longer.
Kyle, you were testifying about coming into contact with Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
And
Oh, wait.
I apologize.
Oh, forgive me. We got everybody? Okay. Start over.
You were testifying about coming into contact with Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
And you saw Mr. Rosenbaum. What happened?
Once I got to that car and I stepped forward to put that fire in the Duramax out, and Mr. Zeminski stepped towards me, I went to go run back south down Sheridan, and Mr. Rosenbaum was right there at the corner of the Duramax, starting to chase me, and that's when I realized the only place I can run with the people around me is straight towards the building of the car source lot number 3.
When you saw Mr. Rosenbaum, that's when you said friendly?
When I heard burn inside, I don't know exactly where I was at in the time for that.
Did Mr. Rosenbaum say anything to you?
No. Mr. Zeminski instructed Mr. Rosenbaum to get him and kill him. That's what I heard.
And you go running what's been referred to the southwest corner of car source?
Yes.
And as you're running in that direction, describe being chased. What was happening?
As I'm running in that southwest direction, Mr. Rosenbaum throws, at the time, I know it's a bag now, but when he threw it at me, with the light, it looked silver and it looked like the chain when he threw it at me. And then I continue, I turn around for about a second while continuing to run, and I point my gun at Mr. Rosenbaum.
Does that stop him from chasing you?
It does not.
Okay. After you turn around and you had your hands up kind of in a low ready position?
Yes.
And you see Mr. Rosenbaum coming at you?
Yes.
And what do you do then?
After he throws the bag and he continues to run, he's gaining speed on me. A gunshot is fired from behind me, directly behind me, and I take a few steps, and that's when I turn around. And as I'm turning around, Mr. Rosenbaum is, I would say, from me to where the judge is, coming at me with his arms out in front of him. I remember his hand on the barrel of my gun.
And why didn't you just keep running?
When I was over there were about 100 people surrounding those cars, and there was no space for me to continue to run to.
Okay. And so you turned around?
Yes.
And as you see him lunging at you, what do you do?
I shoot him.
And how many times did you shoot?
I believe 4.
And after you shot him, what did you do?
The people around the cars that were originally there were not there anymore. They moved away, and I ran around to see if I could help Mr. Rosenbaum.
And when you got to Mr. Rosenbaum, what was happening?
Mr. McGinnis he took off his helmet and slammed it on the ground and took off his shirt, and I don't remember what he said. wasn't focused on that. I was in shock, sort of.
Let me back up a second. Did you know Mr. McGinnis was even around?
I didn't.
Okay. And he says something to you, and what do you do?
I pull out my phone and I call Dominic Black.
And you call Dominic, and what do you say?
I told him I just shot somebody. I had to shoot him.
And what do you do then?
I now know it to be Kelly Zeminski, Joshua Zeminski, and I don't know the other people who were screaming, "Get his ass, get his ass, get him, get him, get him."
And based upon that, did you feel as though you were safe to stay where you were at?
I thought the safest option would be to go north down Sheridan to turn myself into the law enforcement down there.
And as you head down Sheridan Road, describe what's going on.
As I'm running, at first I'm in the sidewalk, and Mr. Lukowski, Jason Lukowski, is in the sidewalk, and I stop to talk to Mr. Lukowski for a brief second. I remember telling him that I just shot somebody and I need help to get to the police because the crowd, there was a mob was chasing me.
And did Mr. Lukowski offer you any help?
I don't remember.
Okay, what do you do then?
I continued to run after hearing people were saying, cranium him, get him, kill him. People were screaming, and I just was trying to get to the police running down Sheridan Road.
And you say, I'm trying to get to the police. Why were you trying to get to the police?
Because I didn't do anything wrong. I defended myself.
Did you feel as though there was safety where the police were?
Yes.
And as you head down Sheridan Road, what's the next thing you remember?
The next thing I remember is Anthony Huber striking me in the head with a skateboard.
Okay. As you sit here today, do you remember talking to Gage Grosskreutz?
Yeah, sorta, a little bit. I didn't know it was Gage Grosskreutz when he came up to me, but sorta.
Okay. And when this individual runs up to you and gets how close?
I would say within a foot.
Did you shoot him?
I did not.
Did you point your gun at him?
I did not.
Why not?
I didn't see him as a threat to my safety or life.
Okay, was he armed at that time?
Not that I noticed.
Okay. And you continue running in a northerly direction down Sheridan Road?
Correct.
And as you're running in that direction, you said the next thing you remember is Anthony Huber.
Yes.
Describe that.
Anthony Huber, what I remember is running past Anthony Huber, and as I'm running past Mr. Huber, he's holding his skateboard like a baseball bat, and he swings it down, and I block it with my arm, trying to prevent it from hitting me, but it still hits me in the neck, and as I block it, it goes flying somewhere off in the distance.
And do you stop then?
No.
What do you do next?
I keep running down Sheridan Road towards the police line.
Then what happens?
I get lightheaded, I almost pass out, and I stumble and hit the ground.
Okay. Before you hit the ground, how many times were you struck?
I believe twice.
Okay. Do you remember anything about the other one?
I remember the first one being a rock. I don't remember who did it, but I remember like the bumpiness of like a concrete rock hitting me in the back of the head.
Okay. Now, after being struck with Mr. Huber's skateboard, you end up on the ground.
Yes.
You're on the ground. What's the first thing you remember?
As I'm on the ground, there are people around me. I don't recall how many, but I remember moving my rifle in their direction, and they back off besides one person.
Okay. When you noticed people by you, you said you moved your rifle in their direction?
Yes.
Did that individual keep coming?
The last person did.
Okay. The people that stopped, what did you do to them?
Nothing.
Okay. And you're saying the last person in that group continued to come at you?
Yes.
And describe what happened.
The last person, I don't know his name. I don't think he was ever identified. jumps at me he was wearing boots, I believe, and as he's running at me and jumping, as his boot is making contact with my face, I fired 2 shots at him.
Why did you shoot at him?
I thought if I were to be knocked out, or he would have stomped my face in if I didn't fire.
As a result of being kicked in the face, what happens?
Mr. Huber, immediately after I'm kicked in the face, runs up as I'm sitting up to try to get up and get to the police. I'm on my back, and Mr. Huber runs up. As I'm getting up, he strikes me in the neck with his skateboard a second time.
Then what happened?
He grabs my gun, and I can feel it pulling away from me, and I can feel the strap starting to come off my body.
And what do you do then?
I fire 1 shot.
And after you fire striking, we now know Mr. Huber, what do you do?
I lower my weapon, and I see Mr. Grosskreutz with his hands up, and as I'm lowering my weapon, I look down, and then Mr. Grosskreutz, he lunges at me with his pistol pointed directly at my head.
Now, you heard Mr. Grosskreuz's testimony about re-racking?
Yes.
Did you re-rack your weapon?
I did not.
Could I have the exhibit, please? Make sure to see if you would. Showing you what's been previously marked, Exhibit 28. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Now, when somebody would, as Mr. Grosskreutz said, re-rack, is that this?
Yes.
Do you call it re-racking?
I call it charging, putting a live round into the chamber.
And to recharge, you have to pull this all the way back?
Yes.
Say that's about 4 inches? No, I'm asking you if you agree with that approximation. Mr. Rittenhouse, how far do you think that is?
3-4 inches.
And if the weapon is loaded and you re-rack, what happens?
If there's already a round in the chamber, when you re-rack the rifle, a live round would come out, chambering a new round into the chamber.
Now, we got to the point where Mr. Grosskreutz is standing in front of you, has his hands up?
Correct.
And are you aware that he's armed?
At that point, I do see a pistol in his hand.
Is that the same or different from your first encounter with Mr. Grosskreutz?
That is different.
And he is standing, you said? How close to you?
What I remember is our feet were touching, what it seemed like.
Okay. And you do what?
My rifle is down, his hands are up, his pistol is in his hand, and then Mr. Grosskreutz looks at me, and that's when Mr. Grosskreutz brings his arm down like this. Like, his arm is like that with me on the ground, and his pistol is pointed at me, and that's when I shoot him.
How many times did you shoot him?
Once.
And after you shoot Mr. Grosskreutz, do you know where you shot him?
No.
What happens after you shoot him?
He's no longer a threat to me. There's only one person in front of me, and his hands are up. I briefly point my rifle at him, and I get onto one knee, getting up, and he backs up with his hands up, and I don't shoot him.
Did you notice anybody to your sides?
To my left, there was a gentleman with a pipe, and to my right, I believe it was a fence post. I don't know what it was, but it was a large object.
Once you're to your feet, what do you do?
I start walking towards the police line to turn myself into the police.
Describe, where is the police line? Is it still in the same place?
It moved up a little bit. I was down in the road about approximately right here. I'd say over here somewhere in this area. I don't remember exactly, but the police line was right here. I could see the flashing lights as I was trying to get to the police before.
Okay, and as you go towards the police line, describe what happens.
I run and walk. I put my hands up, and as I'm walking towards the police, I can't really hear anything. My vision is very narrow. I can only see directly in front of me. I see the flashing lights. I remember I occasionally tried to move my rifle behind me, to put it behind me, so the police didn't see me as a threat when I tried to turn myself in. I continue to walk, and then I walk towards the window of the sedan, the police cruiser sedan, and I tell the officer, I just shot somebody, and the officer says, get the fuck back or you're gonna get pepper sprayed, go home, go home, go home.
And where do you go after you step back from the police car?
I go to car source number 2.
Okay, and now there wasn't a line there? They weren't stopping people from going in a northerly direction?
No, they weren't.
And you go to car source, what we refer to as car source number 2, and who do you see?
I get there and I think the first person I see is Joanne Fiedler. I don't remember exactly, but I believe that's who's outside at the door. They let me inside. The door was locked, so somebody had to get the key to unlock it. And then we go inside, and I'm in shock. I don't really remember what was happening in there. I was freaking out. I was just attacked. My head was spinning.
And did you go and turn yourself into the Kenosha Police Department?
I did not.
Why not?
The Kenosha Police Department was barricaded off with a fence, and I don't think they were accepting anybody to come to the police department at that time.
What did you do then?
I went to the nearest police department that I knew of, which was Antioch Police Department in Illinois by my house.
Who took you there?
My mother.
Okay. How did you get to Antioch from downtown Kenosha?
Dominic Black drove me.
Okay. And then Dominic Black drives you where?
He drives me to my house in Antioch, Illinois, where I meet with my mother and sisters, and I tell them what happened. I sort of tell them what happened. I was still in shock. My head was still spinning, and then we go to the Antioch Police Department where I turn myself in.
Who drove you to the Antioch Police Department?
My mother.
And did anybody else go there with you?
Not at first.
Okay. And you get to the Antioch Police Department approximately what time?
I would say about an hour after the shooting.
Okay. And when you get there, are they looking for you?
No.
Did you have to explain to somebody?
I had to tell them that I was just involved in a shooting in Kenosha and I needed Kenosha detectives.
Okay. Did they take you into custody immediately?
No.
What did they do?
They had me sit in the lobby of the police department.
Were you handcuffed to a chair?
I was not.
Did you stay there?
For about... I couldn't give you the exact time, but until Detective Howard and Detective Antaranium showed up.
Okay. And were you having any physical discomfort as you waited there?
I was vomiting and having panic attacks, and my head was spinning, and I couldn't think clearly at that point.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Tim?
Good morning, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Good morning.
Everybody that you shot at that night, you intended to kill, correct?
I didn't intend to kill them. I intended to stop the people who were attacking me.
By killing them?
I did what I had to do to stop the person who was attacking me.
By killing them?
2 of them passed away, but I stopped the threat from attacking me.
By using deadly force?
I used deadly force.
That you knew was going to kill?
I didn't know if it was going to kill them, but I used deadly force to stop the threat that was attacking me.
You intentionally used deadly force against Joseph Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
You intentionally used deadly force against the man who came and tried to kick you in the face,
yes.
Correct? You intentionally used deadly force against Anthony Huber, correct?
Yes.
You intentionally used deadly force against Gage Grosskreutz, correct?
Yes.
With regard to Joseph Rosenbaum, you fired 4 shots at him, correct?
Yes.
You intended to kill him, correct?
I didn't intend to kill him. I intended to stop the person who was attacking me and trying to steal my gun.
Since August 25th, 2020, this is the first time that you have told your story.
Sustained.
Since August 25th, 2020, you've had the benefit of watching countless videos of your actions that night, correct?
I've seen certain videos, not all of them. I've seen the majority of them actually here during the trial.
You've also had the opportunity to read articles. People have written interviews, things like that, about what happened that night, correct?
I do my best to avoid what people write on the internet. A majority of it's not true.
You have also sat here through 8 days of trial, correct?
Yes.
And you've had the opportunity to watch all of the videos that have been played in this trial?
Yes.
Sir, if you could please let me finish my question before answering. And I will do my best to let you finish your answer before I go on to the next question. Fair?
Yes.
You have also had the opportunity to listen to the testimony of all 30-some witnesses that have testified in this trial so far, correct?
Yes.
And after all of that, now you are telling us your side of the story, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you folks to go in the library for just a second. Please don't talk about the case.
Commenting on my client's right to remain silent.
You need to account for this.
Your Honor, I don't want to jury here. He's commenting on my client's right to remain silent.
No, Your Honor. I am making the point that after hearing everything in the case, now he's tailoring his story to what has already been introduced.
The problem is, this is a grave constitutional violation for you to talk about the defendant's silence. And that is, and you're right on the borderline. And you may be over, but it better stop.
Understood.
This is, I can't think of the case, the initial case on it, but it's this is not permitted. All right. Ask the jury to come in, please. Sustain the objection.
You were armed with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle that evening, correct?
Yes.
You had it loaded with 30 rounds of full metal jacket ammunition, correct?
Yes.
That weapon with 30 rounds is capable of killing at least 30 people, correct?
Yes.
You had arranged to have Dominic Black purchase that weapon for you in Ladysmith, Wisconsin in early May of 2020. Is that correct?
We were up north shooting and not shooting. We were up north going camping, and Dominic Black brought his rifle, and we were talking. I was like, "Hey, what if we get a rifle for me? I'll give you the money. You can purchase it. It's yours until I'm 18." So I bought the rifle for Dominic, and I can use it. But once I'm 18, we can do a private sale, and we can have it turned over to my name once I turned 18.
Because you knew, as a 17-year-old, you could not have that gun, correct?
I knew I could not buy that gun.
You knew you could not possess that gun also, correct?
No.
You weren't aware that under Wisconsin law...
I'm going to instruct the jury later about the law. So, and that he wouldn't, what he thinks on the subject is not dispositive anyway, so it was unlawful for him to purchase the gun.
It wasn't just unlawful for you to purchase it, it was unlawful for you to bring it home, correct?
In Illinois, I wasn't able to bring it home because I didn't have a FOID card, a firearm owner identification card.
You
in
knew
Illinois.
You knew in Illinois that you couldn't get that until you turned 18, correct?
No, you can get a FOID card at 16 in Illinois.
But you didn't have one?
I did not.
And even after this gun was purchased for you in May, you never got one after that either, did you?
Actually, I applied for a FOID card in May of 2020, but due to the charges, and there was a backlog in Illinois for the FOID card, but after you filed the charges against me, it was denied because of the charges here in the state.
You found out about that after you were criminally charged in this case?
I found out about this in November of 2020. A letter was sent to my old residence.
So you knew that without that FOID card, the gun could not go back to your residence in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you agreed that the gun would be kept at Dominic Black's stepfather's house here in Kenosha, correct?
Because he had a safe, yes.
And you agreed that you wouldn't have access to that gun, correct?
We agreed that the only time I would use the gun is when I was with him and we would go to like the Bristol shooting range or up north to his land.
But the only time prior to the night of August 25th, 2020 that you ever used that gun was up in Ladysmith, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't go to the Bristol shooting range ever?
I did. Not with that rifle, but I did.
Pay attention to my question, please. You didn't ever go to the Bristol shooting range with that gun, correct?
Correct.
And you picked out that gun because Dominic had one, correct?
Yeah.
You could have, if you wanted to, chosen from any number of guns that were for sale, fair enough?
That were at that store, there weren't many, but yes.
I'm sure the store in Ladysmith isn't the only store that sells guns, correct?
You can ask questions.
That was a question.
No, it was a statement.
Isn't it correct, Mr. Rittenhouse, that there are other places to purchase guns besides that one store in Ladysmith, Wisconsin?
I believe so, but that's where we were at, so that's where we got the gun.
And you, if you wanted to, could have given Dominic Black money to purchase a gun at other locations, fair?
Didn't cross my mind, but now that you say it, yeah.
Why did you pick or want Dominic Black to buy for you an AR-15 as opposed to a pistol or a shotgun or some other type of rifle?
I cannot legally possess or carry a pistol because I'm not 18 in Wisconsin. I believe it's 18 in Wisconsin for a pistol. But with the rifle, I knew I could possess that rifle. I knew I couldn't buy it, but I knew I could like take it to like the shooting range or possess it. And with shotguns, they didn't have any shotguns in stock. That was my original plan, to get a shotgun for trap shooting, but there weren't any at that Lady Smith store, and I didn't want to go to Walmart and buy one.
So your understanding at that time was that Wisconsin law prohibited you as a 17-year-old from possessing a pistol, but you could have an AR-15?
Yes.
What was that understanding based on?
The understanding was based on when we would go up north. It was me, Dominic, and my sister, and we were allowed to carry the rifles around, and the officers over there said it was fine.
I'm going to move to strike as hearsay. What officers would have told
You
me.
asked a question on what the source of his knowledge was. It's not admissible, and none of this is, frankly, and that's why I interrupted before. What the defendant believes the law to be, what the district attorney believes the law to be, what the defense believes the law to be, are irrelevant. I will tell you, when I instruct you, what the law of Wisconsin is pertaining to the possession of a firearm by a person under 18, and that'll be the source of your knowledge. I'm allowing the testimony right now because it bears on. There's an old maxim under the law: ignorantia juris non excusat. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Ignorance of the criminal law is not an excuse. If you commit a criminal act, whether you knew it was criminal or not, you're responsible for your conduct. And because you're responsible to know the law. It's not relevant, except in this case, there are specific issues about his awareness and knowledge about certain conduct that is relevant on some issues. So it's quite complicated. Hopefully it'll sort out when I instruct you at the end. But that's why I'm allowing the questions and the answers. But do not be confused about anything that these people say is not necessarily accurate as to the state of Wisconsin law. Any question about that? Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
So you're telling us that the reason that you wanted Dominic to buy you an AR-15 as opposed to a pistol is the only reason was because you felt you couldn't lawfully possess a pistol?
Correct.
You didn't pick out the AR-15 for any other reason?
I thought it looked cool, but no.
You didn't pick it out because you wanted to go hunting with it, did you?
No.
You didn't pick it out because you were going to use it to protect your house, correct?
Correct.
You picked it out because it looked cool.
I thought it looked cool. Guess that's the reason, yes.
It resembled the types of weapons that are used in first-person shooter video games, correct?
I don't really play first-person shooter video games. I have, but I believe there's a variety of guns, including shotguns, pistols. There's guns in video games that resemble all guns.
Isn't it true when you would hang out with Dominic Black, you'd play Call of Duty and other first-person shooter video games?
Sometimes.
And those are games in which you use weapons like AR-15s to pretty much shoot anybody who comes at you, correct?
It's a video game where two players are playing together. I don't really understand the meaning of your question, to be honest.
Isn't one of the things people do in these video games try and kill everyone else with your guns?
Yeah, in the video game, it's just a video game. It's not real life.
Now, you introduced yourself as living in Walworth County right now. Is that right? On the date that this all happened, you were an Illinois resident?
Correct.
You had grown up in Illinois?
Correct.
You had not spent any significant time living here in Wisconsin, correct?
No.
You'd agree with me that's correct?
No, I spent time at my father's house and partially live here also, so no, that's not correct.
You indicated you had attended Was it Penn Foster High School?
Yes.
That's an online high school?
Correct.
So you were not attending high school in person?
No.
And at the time that all of the things in this case were happening, from the time the AR-15 was purchased to the night of August 25th, you were 17 years old that entire time, correct?
Correct.
Could we have exhibit number 7 up, please? I have put exhibit number 7 up on the screen. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's my old TikTok account.
That was a TikTok account that you had during the summer of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And it says your name on there, Kyle?
Yes.
Your username on TikTok was 4 Doors More Whores?
Yes.
And that's a picture of you there with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
And underneath that, you have put on your profile the phrase, bruh, B-R-U-H, I'm just trying, T-R-Y-N-A, be famous. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're the one who wrote that?
Yes.
You testified that at some point you were involved in some sort of EMT cadet program.
I was a firefighter EMT cadet at Antioch Fire Department.
When was that?
I was a cadet at the Antioch Fire Department, I believe from 2018 or 2019 up until the incident of August 25th.
An EMT cadet is someone who's just beginning the process of eventually achieving full EMT certification. Is that correct?
No.
Were you studying to be an EMT before August 25th, 2020?
I was learning about certain things in the field of firefighting and EMS.
But that's not actually formal classes, is it?
No, we met once a week, and we would either, depending on the day, we would either do EMT stuff like learning how to do airways, or we do firefighter stuff like doing hose drags and learning how to crawl through buildings.
And these are things that you did with the, which firefighter? Antioch Fire?
Antioch Fire Department.
You weren't a member of the fire department, were you?
I was.
You were a actual on-duty member on the roster of the Antioch Fire Department?
No.
So when you say you're a member, what do you mean?
I was a member of the Antioch Fire Cadet Program. We were issued shirts, Antioch Fire Cadet member. We would help with the pancake breakfast at the VFWs, and we would wear Antioch Fire Department staff shirts. I still have one in my closet.
And maybe I didn't express myself clearly. You were not a member of the Antioch Fire Department, correct?
I was a member of the cadet program, which was through the fire department.
So you'd go out and fight fires?
We can go on ride-alongs, but we can't go into burning buildings for liability reasons.
You'd go out there and you'd save people from burning buildings?
Not me personally.
Because as a cadet, they would never let you anywhere near that, right?
They wouldn't let any of the cadets go into an actual live fire.
At the end of whatever this program is, you weren't actually going to be an official firefighter, were you?
No, it's to help prepare you for the firefighter academy, firefighter EMT academy.
And you weren't going to be an EMT at the end of this program either, were you?
No.
You know that to be an EMT, you have to be 18 and a high school graduate, correct?
Depending on the state, in Illinois, you can take a class at the college at 16, and you can have your EMT license by the age of 17. I wasn't in that class, but in Illinois, you can.
You never did any of that?
No, I was online school.
The night of August 25th, you're here in Kenosha, Wisconsin, saying you're an EMT, correct?
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
You were also telling people you were 18 or 19 years old. That was a lie too, right?
No, I didn't tell anybody my age that night.
You never volunteered it at all, did you?
I didn't.
Because you knew as a 17-year-old you shouldn't have been there, right?
No, I just didn't find it relevant to give my name. Well, I gave my name, but my age to anybody. It wasn't something that came up in conversation.
It's because you felt if people found out how old you were, they'd realize you shouldn't have been there, right?
No, it just because it didn't come up in conversation. If somebody would have asked, I would have been like, yeah, I'm 17.
So you felt that as a 17-year-old, it was appropriate for you to be out on the streets of Kenosha with an AR-15 that night. Fair?
I believe I had any other right to be there as anybody else.
As any other adult?
As anybody.
But you weren't an adult?
No.
You indicated that you were working at the Recplex and had been working at the Y before that. Is that right?
Yes.
That was a YMCA down in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you had gotten furloughed there when COVID hit in March?
Yes.
And you'd only started working at the Recplex on August 14th, correct?
I believe I got hired before that, but I was on vacation on August 14th, so I couldn't. I was on vacation, so I couldn't start until August 14th.
Your first time working at the Recplex was on August 14th, correct?
I believe that was my first day.
And then you worked the week after that from August 17th to August 23rd, correct?
I believe so. Till August 24th, I worked.
And then your final shift was on August 24th, correct?
Yes.
You worked a total of 41 and a half hours at the Recplex, correct?
That's the number you got?
And you were a lifeguard?
Yes.
You were walking around their swim area with one of those red, long, life-saving things, monitoring the pool, correct?
Rescue tube, yes.
Okay. So, but that was at the indoor pool at the Recplex?
It was at the indoor. It was at the. I don't know if you're familiar with the Recplex. I guarded the water park area and the competition pool.
Okay. So they've got a water park area with a slide and a zero-entry pool. Is that right?
Yes.
And then next to that, they've got a larger, almost Olympic-sized pool where swim meets happen.
50-meter competition pool divided in half to make it a 25.
Okay, and you were lifeguarding at both of those?
I would rotate. We had rotations, and me and other guards, we would do we had three-person shifts. We would rotate out watching the different areas of ourselves.
You indicated that at no time did this gun, this AR-15, ever leave the state of Wisconsin. Is that right?
Other than the night after, other than that.
Before the shootings?
Correct.
There was a time, though, where you wanted to have it with you down in Illinois, isn't it? It wasn't there?
I believe there was a time when me and Dominic were mad at each other. Yeah.
You were mad at Dominic?
Me and Dominic were mad over something.
And you wanted to have the gun with you down there?
I think I said something along those lines.
You'd agree with me that... Let me back up for a second here. You have testified to this jury that you used deadly force against Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber, the man who attempted to kick you in the face, and Gage Grosskreutz on the night of August 25th, correct?
Yes.
And you did that because you felt that your life was in danger from those four people, correct?
Yes.
And you are telling this jury that it was, in your mind, justified to use deadly force to protect your own life, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource building, correct?
Well, I wasn't using deadly force to protect the property. I used deadly force to protect myself, so...
Please listen to my question and answer my question if you can. You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource building, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to stop someone from smashing the windows of an unoccupied parked car, correct?
I don't think you could use deadly force for that.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a metal dumpster on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from tipping over a porta potty, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a flatbed trailer on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone who is about to start an unoccupied car on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting some traffic cones in the middle of the street on fire, correct?
Correct.
So you understand that there's a difference between using deadly force to protect yourself and using it to protect property, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you're not allowed to use deadly force to protect property, correct?
Yes.
But yet you have previously indicated that you wished you had your AR-15 to protect someone's property, correct?
I'm going to ask you to go into the library again for a moment, please. Please don't talk about the case. Mr. Richards?
Your Honor, Mr. Bingard is either forgetting the court's rulings or attempting to provoke a mistrial in this matter. He knows he can't go into this, and he's asking the questions. I asked the court to strongly admonish him, and the next time it happens, I'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice. He's an experienced attorney, and he knows better.
Mr. Bingard?
First of all, Your Honor, this was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that. And the court left the door open.
For me, not for you.
My understanding of
You should have come and asked for reconsideration. You did on the one motion, and in fact, I granted your motion for reconsideration.
That was not a motion.
Excuse me. I did. I granted.
We did not move
that
to
was
reconsider.
Their motion.
We have not filed any motions to reconsider in this case.
That was their motion for reconsideration, which I denied. But I said I denied it, or I indicated a bias towards denial is what I did. Held it open with a bias towards denial. Why would you think that that made it okay for you, without any advance notice, to bring this matter before the jury? I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. And it gives, I'll leave it at that. So I don't know what you're up to.
May I respond?
Yes.
We filed an other acts motion on this exact issue because, in my mind, and I argued this, it is identical to what was going on the night of August 25th, in the sense that the defendant was using this exact same weapon. He was using it in a manner to try and protect property.
No, he wasn't.
Your Honor, with all due respect,
I'm not going to rehash the motion. Yeah, that's absolutely untrue. No. Your arguments of record, my comments are of record, and why I ruled as I did is of record. There's nothing that I heard in this trial to suggest anything's changed, even if you're correct in your assumption that you know more than I did at the time. You should have come to the court and say, I want to go into this. Why you would think that you could go into it without any advance notice to the court, I don't understand that. And as the defense is pointing out, you're an experienced trial lawyer, and this should not have been gone into.
Your Honor, there have been things in this case, testimony in this case, that I believe opens the door to this. For example, the defense has introduced evidence that the defendant pointed a gun at a man wearing yellow pants because that person was on a car on the car source lot. Now, there's no justification that I can think of why the defendant would point that gun at someone. The defendant has just testified this morning that he agreed with that person in the yellow pants, that he pointed the gun at him. He said, I was joking when I said that to the guy in the yellow pants, but he said, he's acknowledged that he told the person in the yellow pants, yeah, you're right. I did point a gun at you when you were sitting on a car.
He said, I did. That's what he
Exactly.
testified.
So he's agreeing. May I finish, please? I'd like to have a chance to make a record if I could, without being interrupted, if that's okay. He has mentioned that he's acknowledged that he's used this gun to protect property. He's also just acknowledged that he knows he can't do that. I am attempting to impeach him now with the prior August 10th incident, 15 days prior, involving the same gun, where he is threatening to use that gun to protect property. It goes...
He had the gun with him.
Your Honor, he is saying he wished he did so he could shoot people.
You know, there's a lot of difference between commenting about something when you haven't got a gun and threatening someone when you do.
You know, it's interesting, Your Honor, because the entire defense theory in this case is Joseph Rosenbaum, who was unarmed.
I want you to tell me what the defense theory of the case is. I want...
May I respond to what you just said, Your Honor? I'd like to respond to what you just said. I apologize, Madam Court Reporter, but I'd like to try and make a record without anyone interrupting me, if that's okay. I believe that there is a central part of this case that Mr. Rosenbaum is making threats that he has no ability to carry out. So, to your point, Your Honor, you're arguing that this August 10th incident, one aspect of why you don't believe it's relevant is the defendant didn't have the gun with him. This case is about someone who didn't have a weapon, and yet the jury is being told because of those threats, that means the defendant has to defend himself. So, with all due respect, Your Honor, mere verbal threats have already been shown to this jury and used as a basis for someone's subsequent actions. I am attempting, with the defendant, to use his mere verbal threat on August 10th, 15 days prior, that he's going to shoot shoplifters with his AR-15 to impeach the defendant in a murder trial. I would ask the court's forbearance to do that. I apologize, Your Honor. You're right. I probably should have brought this to your attention earlier. I may have misunderstood your ruling, because I thought your ruling was if the evidence in this case made that more relevant, you would admit it or at least consider it an admittance. I believe, based on the evidence that we've heard, and more specifically exactly what the defendant said earlier about admitting pointing a gun at someone who was merely jumping or sitting on a car, that the door is open now to this testimony. And I continue to believe that his state of mind, his intent, his belief as to self-defense is the core of this case. That was the basis for my motion. You were strongly inclined against it. I understand that. But now we're in the middle of trial, and there's been a lot of evidence that's come in that I think makes this relevant. So I'm attempting to impeach the defendant on his beliefs. I believe I'm entitled to impeach the defendant on his beliefs and on his statements.
I'm going to interrupt you now, because you're talking about his beliefs. I think that's what they call...
His statements too, Your Honor. Because he just said, can't use deadly force, can't threaten to use deadly force to protect property. So now I'm impeaching him on that.
Your Honor, the court has seen no reason to change its ruling. And just so this record is clear, in spite of the lengthy statement by Mr. Binger, before we started today, the court specifically stated in Mr. Binger's presence, there's been nothing to have me change any of my rulings. There have been numerous occasions during this trial where they've opened the door. The one time when they're going into Mr. Rosenbaum's prior reason he doesn't like guns, and I said something, I whispered in Mr. Krause's ear, it's because of the prior convictions. Please stop, and he did. He knows if you're going to go into something that's been excluded in a pretrial order, you better ask the court, you better get permission. This is ridiculous.
It wasn't excluded, Your Honor.
You know why it was excluded in the first place? Because it was propensity evidence. That is exactly what 90404 is designed to prevent. You're talking about his attitudes, his attitude is he wants to shoot people. Now, I've admitted that kind of evidence in other trials when it's been appropriate. I didn't admit it in this case because, to me, what I've heard in this trial, and by the way, Mr. Richards absolutely correctly points out that just hours ago, I said I had heard nothing in this trial to change any of my rulings. So why?
Testimony, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
That was before the defense testimony.
Don't get brazen with me. You knew very well. You know very well that an attorney can't go into these types of areas when the judge has already ruled without asking outside the presence of the jury to do so. So don't give me that. That's number one. Number two, this is propensity evidence. I said at the time that I made my ruling, and I'll repeat again now for you, I see no similarity between talking about wishing you had your AR gun, which you don't have, so that you could fire rounds at these thought to be shoplifters, and the incidents in these cases, which are not, there's nothing in your case that suggests the defendant was lying in wait to shoot at somebody or reflecting upon the shooting for a vast amount of time. Every one of the incidents involves matters that involve seconds in time. So I commented at the time, I don't see the similarity, and I don't see the similarity now. If it's not similar, that's the whole rule. Those are all the exceptions to 90404. Check the authorities. Wigmore and evidence. Judge Weinstein. Colonel McCormick. It's the prior act has to bear the signature of the accused, or it has to be so similar as to suggest it's a common plan or something like that. You have an incident where he's making comments about some alleged shoplifters versus crimes that involve instantaneous actions, whether premeditated murder or whether self-defense. That's for the jury to decide. But I don't see the similarity. I said it couldn't come in, and it isn't coming in, no matter what you think. Number two, I have to be concerned that with what Mr. Richards has said about the progress of the trial, and when you were I said you were over the line, close to or over the line on commenting on the defendant's pretrial silence, which is a well-known rule. I'm astonished that would have been an issue. So I don't want to have another issue as long as this case continues. Is that clear?
It is.
Thank you. Ask the jury to come back in, please. All right, folks, the objection has been sustained. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Judge. So, I want to turn your attention to the day of August 25th, 2020.
Okay.
You had spent the night at Dominic Black's house, is that right?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had worked at the Recplex the night before, is that right?
The 24th, correct.
Okay. And you worked until about 7 p.m.?
I couldn't give you an exact time, but I'd say I got off around between 6 and 7. I don't recall. It's been while.
And then you drove your car over to Dominic's house?
Yes.
Okay, so the rest of the time it seems like you're being driven around in Mr. Black's car. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Why did you guys use his instead of yours, if you know?
At the time I didn't have a driver's license, and I would drive just to get to work and sometimes to go to Dominic's dad's house.
So even though you didn't have a driver's license, you drove from your home in Antioch to the Recplex to work that day?
Yes, to be able to get to work.
And then after work, you drove without a driver's license to Dominic Black's house?
Yes.
So I assume then on the week prior to that, when you'd drive yourself to work, that was also without a driver's license?
Objection to this. It's going to...
I'll move on. So you drove to Mr. Black's house, you left your car there?
Yes.
And you spent the night at his house?
Yes.
And then the next day, you guys woke up at some point and came down to Ruther? Is that right?
Spent the night at his house and had dinner, woke up in the morning, had breakfast. We were going through I was on social media and we saw the damage and we saw the car store, so we decided to go downtown.
And you came down in Dominic's car?
Correct.
And you said that there was a time in which you were cleaning graffiti at Ruther?
Yes.
And then at some point, I believe you said, and I want to make sure I'm understanding the timeline here, that you went to one of the car sources and encountered the owners, Sam or Sal or whoever they are, correct?
Yes.
Which of the car source locations was that?
It was the car source right here.
And that's the one at the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan?
Correct.
And that's the one that had gotten totally burned out on one of the previous nights?
Yes, that was the one where everything was destroyed. The other car sources still had cars there, so...
Now, before that, had you ever worked at Car Source before?
I have not.
Had you ever bought a car there before?
I have not.
Had you ever even heard of Car Source before all that?
Yes.
Through Dominic?
Well, no. I would drive past it on a daily basis. I was in Kenosha almost every day, and I'd drive down Sheridan Road almost every day.
Okay. So you saw the business along with churches and the Ultimate gas station and the courthouse and everything else in that area?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked to these owners yourself?
Me and Dominic did.
And did they ask you to come protect the property?
They didn't ask me.
Directly?
They didn't ask me directly. They asked Nick Smith.
Okay. And was Nick Smith around for that at that moment?
He wasn't there when me and Dominic were talking to them.
Did you ever personally witness any of these Car Source folks, Sal or Sam or any of the folks that were running that business, did you ever personally witness them ask Nick Smith to guard any of their properties?
No.
Did you ever witness any of them ask anyone to guard any of their properties?
Not that I can recall.
What time, if you recall, did you find out that they'd asked Nick Smith?
I believe I said in my direct examination between 3:15 and 3:30.
And that was shortly after you had sent a text to Sam, right?
Correct.
And you texted him and asked him if you could protect his business that night, correct?
I did.
And in that text you said, I'm more than willing and will be armed, correct?
Yes.
You meant you'd be armed with your AR-15?
Yes.
And you said that me and my brother would both be there armed, correct?
Yes.
By your brother, you meant Dominic?
Yes.
He's obviously not legally your brother.
No.
And you said in the text, I just need address. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why did you need the address of a location you'd already been to?
I just wanted to pinpoint it on the Google Maps because GPS, because with all the roads were closed down in Kenosha. I just wanted to know the best route to drive there with Dominic.
But you just told us that you drove past here every day up and down Sheridan. Why did you need GPS to help you find a place that you drive past every day?
The roads weren't closed when I drove past them every day.
But you still knew where you were going, right?
Sort of, but with the back roads,
Okay, so let's talk about the roads being closed. What do you mean by that?
Well, Sheridan Road was closed off, and I'm trying to remember. I don't think there were a lot of roads closed off. I couldn't tell you exactly their names right now.
Was that because there was construction going on?
No, they were closed off because of the riots.
They were closed off to keep people out of the area, right?
Yes.
And you knew there was a curfew that night, right?
I believe I got an emergency alert text at around 8 p.m.
Just like everybody else, saying, stay off the streets.
I'm sorry.
Objection. There's no curfew charge.
It's still relevant to his decision making. Just like everybody else, you got a message saying, get off the streets at 8 o'clock that night, right?
Yes.
And despite that message, you came down, correct?
I was already in Kenosha, downtown, when I got that message.
Once you got that message, you didn't decide, I'm going to leave and go home like I'm supposed to, correct?
I stayed at the car source.
And you knew that there was this curfew in place that meant you shouldn't be there anymore, correct?
There were, I'd say, hundreds, if not thousands of other people there that night that also got the same message.
So if they're all breaking the law, you can too?
I don't think the curfew was really being enforced.
So if the law is not being enforced, you can disregard it?
It's argumentative.
You said that there was a time in which Nick Smith asked you guys to drive him down to Chicago.
Correct.
To buy a piece of body armor.
Correct.
Down by O'Hare.
Correct.
And you guys were willing to do that at first.
Dominic was willing to do it. It was more of Dominic's thing because Nick Smith was going to give throwing like $20 to Dominic when he bought it for like gas.
So Nick Smith was going to pay $20 for the gas to drive down to O'Hare where Nick Smith was planning on buying this body armor.
Yes.
And he needed that body, or the idea was the body armor would be used that night, correct?
I believe so.
That's why there was some urgency about going down right away, right?
Yeah.
This was part of the plan to come down to downtown that night, right?
He wanted to go to O'Hare to buy the body armor, so yes.
Do you understand my question?
Can you rephrase it?
Sure, absolutely. The urgency to get that body armor that day was because he needed it for that night, right?
I wouldn't say he needed it, but he wanted it.
And instead of making the drive, you gave that your own body armor to Nicholas Smith.
Correct.
You had it along with you.
Yes.
You brought it along with you that day because you thought you might need it yourself that night, correct?
No, I kept it in my trunk of the car. I always had it.
You drive around with body armor in the trunk of your car regularly?
Well, it was just in the back of my trunk. I never really took it out.
And you said at some point that day you went to Jelinski's. That's the hunting goods, fishing store out on Highway 31 and 52nd Street to buy a couple of slings. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this was one sling for you and one for Dominic, right?
Yes.
And you bought two of the identical type of sling, correct?
Yes, the cheapest ones they had.
And that's a single point sling, meaning it attaches to the gun in one location, correct?
Yes.
And then it wraps around your body, correct?
Yes.
And it's designed to help you retain possession of that weapon, correct?
You'd probably know more about them than I do. I just got it to hold the rifle, so when I'm doing medical aid, I don't have to sit on the ground and have to worry about it being stolen.
Because you realize that you couldn't have that gun on you while you're doing any sort of medical aid, correct?
I knew that I couldn't, without a sling, have it on me. That's why I got the sling, so I could have my hands free.
But even when you had the sling, there was a time in which you took off your entire gun apparatus and handed it to Joanne Fiedler because it was in the way of you trying to treat someone, right?
At that instance, yes, because it was hitting the ground The rifle was hitting the ground. When I bought it, that was the purpose of it. I don't think it really worked, now that I think of it.
This big, long AR-15 really got in the way whenever you tried to help someone, right?
Sometimes.
If you had a handgun, for example, you could have been, it would have been physically more easy for you to try and treat someone. Fair?
If I could have legally carried a handgun, I would have carried a handgun instead of a pistol. I mean, instead of a rifle.
You grabbed some medical supplies from Dominic Black's house before you came downtown that night, correct?
I grabbed extra gauze, but that's about it.
You testified earlier that your AR-15 was loaded with 30 rounds of ammunition. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did that ammunition come from?
That was from our last trip up north, from May, the time we took it up north.
So when the gun was left at Dominic Black's house, it had that ammunition with it?
Yeah, the ammo was in a box, in a magazine, I don't really know.
When you were at Dominic Black's house on August 25th, you found that AR-15 downstairs in his basement, correct?
No.
Where did you find it at?
It was downstairs in the basement, but I was told by Dominic Black, hey, go downstairs, grab that rifle, grab your rifle.
So you knew up until that point that rifle was being stored in a gun safe in the garage, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have the code or any access to that gun safe, correct?
I did not.
It just happened that on this particular day, Dominic Black's stepfather had moved that gun into the house, correct?
Yes.
You didn't know that beforehand?
I didn't.
You didn't know that it had been taken out of the safe?
No.
And so you went downstairs and grabbed it?
After instructed to do so by Dominic, I did.
And it had that magazine?
After I was instructed to do so. After I was instructed to do so by Dominic, I did go downstairs and grab it.
And it had the magazine already inserted in the rifle?
It did.
And the magazine was already loaded with 30 rounds?
I believe so.
When did you chamber a round?
I don't know if I ever did.
Well, you had to have to fire the gun, right?
Yeah, I think it was already chambered when I got it. That's what I remember. I don't remember racking it at all that night.
Because the way this type of gun works is that you have to have a magazine with ammo in it. You have to insert the magazine into the gun, and then you have to rack it to load one of those rounds into the chamber, correct?
Yes.
And you were familiar with how to do all of that, correct?
Yes.
And it can't discharge a bullet unless a bullet is racked into the chamber, correct?
Correct.
And so your testimony here, as best you can recall, is that you never had to do the initial racking because the bullet was already in the chamber when you took possession of it that day. Is that fair to say?
I believe so. I believe that it was already racked.
And the ammunition that was in that was full metal jacket ammunition, correct?
223 full metal jacket.
223 being the caliber.
Yes.
And full metal jacket being the type of casing, correct?
Yes. Full metal jacket is the bullet type.
The bullet type. Okay, I apologize. And you're aware there are different types of bullets, like hollow point bullets, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And when you were in the process of purchasing this gun, well, let me back up for a second. You said that the 30 rounds of ammo were left over from previous. I assume you mean when you were up in Ladysmith?
Yes.
And you were practicing with the gun up there?
Yes.
And Dominic Black's family has some sort of firing range or shooting range up there, is that right?
They have a gravel pit where it's safe to shoot.
And you and Dominic would practice with your AR-15s shooting at targets in that gravel pit, correct?
Correct.
And you would shoot at targets as far as, what, 75 yards away?
No.
How close were the targets?
I think the furthest I ever got was maybe from me to the TV.
You didn't shoot at any targets farther away than that?
No.
Dominic Black testified that he shot at targets 75 yards away. Did you see him do that?
I didn't, but I don't know what Dominic Black saw or what Dominic Black was shooting at. I wasn't with him when he did that.
But you were aware of the fact that the AR-15 was capable of hitting targets much further away than you to the TV, correct?
I believe so.
Did you know the capabilities of your own weapon?
I knew that it could shoot, and I believe from a distance. I don't know how far. I'm not an expert on AR-15s.
Did you personally purchase that .223 full metal jacket ammunition?
I did not.
Who did?
Dominic did.
Did you ask him to purchase it?
I did not.
So you didn't know what type of ammo was in that gun. Is that right?
I knew they were .223 full metal jackets. The first time I shot it, I had to load it into the magazine.
So you knew the type of round, but you didn't know what those rounds were capable of doing. Is that fair to say?
Believe a bullet's a bullet.
As you sit here today, you know that there are different types of bullets, right?
Yes.
You know that hollow point bullets, for example, do different things to a animal or a human than full metal jacket bullets, correct?
Yeah. Full metal jacket is a defense round, like another type of defense round. I know people use full metal jacket for hunting, and hollow point is something that causes more damage.
Hollow point bullets are designed to hit the animal that they're being shot at, let's say a deer, for example, and explode inside that body, correct?
No, I don't think so.
When you say explode, are you saying expand or explode? Because there are such things as exploding bullets.
Sure. Let me rephrase. Mr. Rittenhouse, what is your understanding of what a hollow point bullet would do if it were shot at, say, a deer?
I don't think people use hollow point.
That wasn't my question, sir. What is your understanding of what that bullet would do? Let me rephrase it then, because you're aware that people use hollow point bullets in their pistols to defend themselves against other people, correct?
Yes.
Ryan Balch, for example, testified in this trial that he was carrying a pistol loaded with hollow point ammunition for self-defense. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
So what is your understanding, if you have one, as to what hollow point ammunition would do to a human?
I believe it would do the same thing as any other bullet. Like I said, a bullet's a bullet. I just believe hollow points... I'm sorry, I don't know much about ammo. I'm trying to think of what I remember, but I just don't know much about ammo.
So you didn't know the difference between what a full metal jacket bullet would do versus a hollow point, right?
I believe a hollow point I just don't know much about this. I believe a hollow point would cause more damage
to the first target, but it wouldn't continue through to any other targets, right?
I don't know the answer
Whereas
to
a
that.
full metal jacket bullet is specifically designed to continue through its first target and keep flying, correct?
First of all, the hollow point is not guaranteed to stay in the first object struck, which is, so what you said was not correct. Secondly,
there's no testimony on that, Your Honor.
No, but you've been testifying, and that's what Mr. We're going to take a break for lunch. Please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. We'll see you. Let's hope at about 12:45. Oh, I've got a couple of hearings at 12:45. Let's say 1 o'clock. I apologize for taking time away from you. Okay, thank you.
Was two times. The state had commented on Mr. Rittenhouse's right to remain silent. The first time he was admonished by the court. The second time the court had the jury leave and re-admonished him on that. Prior to Mr. Rittenhouse testifying, this court addressed various things with not only Mr. Rittenhouse, but with the lawyers. You had cited various statutes, and then you had asked if that anything would be coming up on, for example, I think 90608. One of the other things you addressed was 90404. And you had said that based on the information that had come out at the trial, nothing had changed as it relates to your ruling. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Binger stated, and we looked it up, previously, he said to Mr. Rittenhouse, previously indicated that you wish to have your AR-15 to protect someone's property. Clearly in violation not only of the prior ruling that you had made, but the ruling that very day, that very morning. It appears to be that there are two really elements the court must consider when making a determination on a mistrial for what amounts to prosecutorial overreaching. And the first one is the prosecutor's actions must be intentional in the sense of a culpable state of mind in the nature of awareness that his activity would be prejudicial to the defendant. I would argue to you that that's clearly aware of that. You had warned him, you had told him prior to Mr. Rittenhouse testifying that these things, certainly the 90404 was off limits. You had warned him about the infringement on his constitutional right to remain silent. He did it again. The second one, I think, requires some action by the court in terms of a finding. The second one says the prosecutor's actions was designed to allow another chance to convict. That is, to provoke a mistrial in order to get another kick at the cat because the first trial is going badly, or to prejudice the defendant's rights to successfully complete the criminal confrontation at the first trial. Now, the case that I had cited is a Kenosha case, State versus Coping.
Opening?
Yep. 100 West 2nd, 700.
COPENING?
Yes, sir. In that case, the court didn't make findings regarding the prosecutor's actions. So I don't know that it's my role to sit here and say who's winning. I don't think that's necessarily what I'm supposed to do. But I think the court has to make some findings as it relates to the bad faith on the part of the prosecution. And if the court makes a finding that the actions that I had talked about were done in bad faith, then I think both elements for mistrial with prejudice have been met. And I think under the circumstances, based on what I've put forth on the record, I would certainly ask the court to consider those. And I would ask the court grant the motion with prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you. State?
Your Honor, I would like an opportunity to more fully respond to this with a little bit of research. At first blush, though, and I reserve the right to present case law and additional sites to the court, but I do want to point out for the record that the defendant has presented interviews to at least one media source and at least one online source since his arrest. And there have been questions about that night. There have been questions about what he did, things like that. He has decided, probably on advice of counsel in those circumstances, not to give a statement in the media about what happened. But he is talking about his family life, he's talking about his friends, he's talking about the circumstances of the case, he's talking about how this has affected him and things like that. So my point in asking those questions was, you have agreed to talk to the media. You've agreed to talk about yourself. You've agreed to give interviews. But until now, this is the first time you're explaining your actions. And so I wasn't referring to his in-custody statements. In fact, I never asked either detective about what the defendant told him. He actually starts to tell them some things, and then he says he wants a lawyer, and they stop him. And they Mirandize him first, by the way. Then he starts to tell them some things, and he says, but I want to talk to my lawyer. And they're like, okay, we're done. So I'm not referring to that. I didn't ask any questions of the detectives about that. But since this, the defendant has spoken to the media. He has talked about his life, about circumstances related to this case. He just hasn't given his exact version of events that night. So his voluntary discussion to speak to the media has nothing to do with the Fifth Amendment. That is his own decision. And if he's going to pick and choose what he wants to talk about in those voluntary interviews with the media, then I think that's fair game. It doesn't implicate his Miranda rights. It doesn't implicate the Fifth Amendment. He's making his own voluntary choice.
Well, wait a minute. You don't think he could give an interview about his awards he won in high school, or his demerits that he got, or his and about his sports activities and his swimming and that, and declined to answer any questions about the incident in question, and that somehow a waiver of his right of silence?
I think he's doing more than that, Your Honor, in these interviews.
I don't know. I knew nothing about them. I never, I haven't seen all of. I haven't seen probably 1% of all the evidence, which is pretty typical, as you know. So I have no way of knowing it. You have some interviews that he gave to media or to whatever.
Yeah, there's an interview that we're looking at on our computer right now from the Washington Post, where he talks to them. I know there's one. I think it's either the New Yorker or the GQ magazine, where he speaks to the reporters also. And he doesn't go into specific details about what happened that night, but it's not like it's talking about school or swimming or things like that.
No. Just don't leave it at, he doesn't go into specific details. I mean, it's certainly, there could be a waiver, but a very modest discussion about the activities of that night. And if you're suggesting that occurred, that could make a big difference. But even a small discussion on his part of the night in question might be a full waiver. I don't know, but I won't know until I see it. But why don't you make copies of it and?
Can we have a few minutes to hear?
Well, we won't do it right now. I do agree with you that this is not something that I would want to do sitting here without giving you an opportunity to respond. Although I would be interested in your preliminary response to the excluded evidence that you touched on after having been told not to do this, or having been told that I was confirming my prior rulings.
I do want to just point out right now, we've got it on the screen. This is a Washington Post article, and there's a reference to an interview that he says, the defendant says, he did not regret having his gun because, quote, I would have died that night if I didn't, end quote. So that's a direct quote from the defendant to the media about that night.
What about that?
Your Honor, all I could say about that interview is there were prior counsel representing him.
I don't care about that.
Well, and I believe it was a telephone interview. I don't know anything about the circumstances of that. I'd have to read the article.
Well, that might make a difference. And what about the your asking questions about excluded evidence?
Your Honor, we went over this earlier, and I don't want to repeat myself because I know you've heard me, but if I could just summarize. I did hear you talk about that evidence this morning before testimony. The defendant then took the stand. He admitted that he had said to the person in the yellow pants that he had pointed the gun at that person. I have seen that video. It was actually introduced by the defense. I think it was even in their opening statement. And there's this person who confronts the defendant and accuses him of this. Frankly, to be honest, Your Honor, when I watched the video the first time, I didn't hear the defendant's reaction. I thought it was someone making an accusation and then the defendant walking away as if trying to avoid a confrontation. I was surprised to hear the defendant admit in his testimony, on direct, by his attorney, that yes, I did tell that person that I had pointed the gun at them. He explained then that he was joking when he said that. The jury can evaluate that. It goes to his credibility. It goes to whether or not he's telling the truth. It goes to his decision making. That is, again, this is an incident that occurred that night, so it's not something that happened separate in time. It presumably happened a few minutes before. But like I said, I was taken aback by the defendant admitting that he had said to this person, yes, I pointed a gun at you. And I think it's fair to say that watching that video, that person, believes strongly that this happened. The defendant is telling him it happened. Now the defendant today is giving us a different version and saying, oh, I made it, I was joking, I was just kidding that guy or whatever. I'd like to probe that. I'd like to probe what he said to that person. I'd like to probe what his motivations were, etc. I'd like to probe whether, in fact, he really did do that. And I think that changes the equation with regard to the CVS video that was the subject of the other acts motion. Because in my mind, it is very similar. And I know we've disagreed on that, and I'm not going to belabor the point, Your Honor, but that was where I was coming from, was there's been a change in the testimony of the defendant today that I think makes that evidence. It's admissible and much more relevant than it already was, and I thought it was already relevant. And the court is... I do want to be clear
so
also...
I'm just here on the sidelines, just...
well, you...
Yeah, I had made a ruling that the evidence wasn't coming in, and you decided that it was.
If I could just respond to that briefly, Your Honor, I was about to say, I did not interpret your ruling as an absolute... We've had 3 state motions in the There was one in which we asked the court to introduce evidence that the defendant was at Pudgy's bar with Proud Boys, and you were clear, that is not coming in. There was...
don't get into other subjects. Come on, what you're telling me, you're an experienced trial attorney, and you're telling me that when the judge says, I'm excluding this, you just to take it upon yourself to put it in because you think that you've found a way around it? Come on.
If I may finish, Your Honor, I was about to say your ruling on our 3 motions and other acts motions was there were some gradations there. That you were clear that some things were absolutely out, and then you left the door open on other things. So I saw that distinction, and I thought to myself, clearly I know this is out, but you left the door open on other things. So I didn't interpret your ruling as this is absolutely never coming in, and I have practiced before you, Your Honor. I have filed other acts motions before you. Your practice oftentimes is to reserve ruling on those until you see the evidence. And I think you even said something to that effect at our motion.
I undoubtedly did.
So I thought this is my good faith explanation to you, and if you want to yell at me, you can. My good faith feeling this morning after watching that testimony was you had left the door open a little bit, now we had something new, and I was going to probe it.
I don't believe you. There better not be another incident. I'll take the motion under advisement. And you can respond. When you say that you were acting in good faith, I don't believe that, okay? Let's proceed. Everybody in good faith. All right. Would you come up, please, Mr. Rittenhouse?
I do have...
Yeah.
Your Honor?
Yeah.
I do have another item that I want to raise before the jury comes in and raise it with you. There was another acts motion with regard to the defendant being at Pudgy's bar after a court appearance in January in which he poses for selfies wearing a shirt that says free as fuck. I would like to ask the defendant if he posed for selfies after a court appearance with members of the public wearing that shirt. I do not intend to talk about who those people were, what groups they were affiliated with, or anything along those lines. But I believe that it is relevant when the defendant goes to a bar after a court appearance and poses for selfies wearing a shirt like that. I think it is relevant to some of the issues that have come up in this case. For example, is remorse or lack of remorse, his utter disregard for human life. Those are things that I think it comes into play, because I think that behavior is not consistent with someone who has a regard for human life. The jury's already watched him break down on the stand with emotion. I'd like to probe how heartfelt and sincere these emotions are when you go to a bar and you pose for selfies with people, when you're out on bond in a first-degree intentional homicide trial wearing a free as fuck shirt. So, as I said, I want to use the photograph. I'm not going to talk about any of the people or who they were from. In fact, the photograph I'm going to use has actually got their faces blocked out, so we won't see any of the people in the crowd. We'll just see the defendant standing with a group of people for a selfie with that shirt on. That's as far as I want to go.
Handle this issue.
Nobody got an opportunity. First of all, you've made a ruling on it, and it was clear prior to him testifying. So part of this is, would we have raised it? Would we have brought it up if we would have known that it was going to be coming in? We have done there's been nothing to open this door, Judge. Nothing that has been said to open the door about what happened 4 months after this is relevant in any way to what happened that evening. That is part of what the court had ruled. You had said 4 months after. I don't see how that goes to any 90404 type of admissible evidence. So my argument is, A, you ruled on it previous to him testifying. You confirmed your ruling, which you had made previously, where Mr. Binger just said you had shut the door on it. So apparently he doesn't believe a door that is shut should stay shut. However, now he's asking that something be admitted that, to be fair, this should have been brought up sooner. This jury, I did the voir dire, I would have voir dired on an issue of whether or not they heard it, saw it, were aware of it. How they felt about it, whether it had an impact on their ability to be fair in the case, we never went there because of your prior ruling. So there's nothing that's opened this door, and I don't think it's relevant, something that happened 4 months later. He talks about indifference to human life. That's that night, not 4 months later. There's nothing that's relevant about that. You've already made your ruling. I ask that you stick with it.
I'm struggling with why it would be relevant to any of the issues in this case. If he were on trial for using exquisitely bad judgment, if he were on trial for behaving in a very offensive way, then I could see the purpose. But an incident that occurred 4 months after the incidents in question, I don't see how that jury can work with that in reaching any conclusions about the issues in this case.
First of all, Your Honor, we have introduced evidence that the defendant had a slogan on his TikTok page, "Bro, I'm just trying to be famous." This case has made him famous, and he's posing for selfies as a result. One of our theories of this case is that his behavior that night was intended to gain attention, to be famous, and he's reaped the benefits of that. Second of all, he is on trial, in my opinion, for exquisitely poor decision-making. Taking a gun that he's not legally entitled to have, coming down in violation of the curfew, running around the community with that gun, trying to be a police officer when he's not, confronting protesters that he knows are hostile, and all of those behaviors, I think, are exquisitely bad judgment. So the jury can make that decision. The jury can give what weight they want to this evidence, but it's moments after he has a court appearance here. He's out on bond in this case when he decides to do this behavior, and nobody made him do it. Nobody forced him to go to the bar. Nobody forced him to wear the shirt. Nobody forced him to pose for selfies. It's his own decision making.
When I made reference to exquisitely poor judgment, I was talking about at the incident when he was wearing the shirt. Because everybody in all of humanity, at one time or another, displays bad judgment. Sometimes exquisitely bad judgment. And we don't let it into people's trials on unrelated matters. So I wasn't referring to his having had good or bad judgment on the day in question. That's a legitimate inquiry, and you're being allowed to present a lot of evidence on that subject. And the jury is going to be instructed in some of the element of some of the crimes that are charged here is going to deal with the caliber of his judgment. But you're talking about an incident that occurred 4 months later. So I'm not seeing it, and I don't want to waste any more time with it. I don't think that I've ruled before it's not admissible, and I have heard nothing to change my mind about that.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose than it is today. The court has ruled that it can't be admitted for the prior purpose, but I am seeking to introduce it for a different purpose today.
And that request is denied.
Thank you.
Okay? Are we ready to go? Good afternoon, folks, and I've sustained the objection to the last, so let's proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Good afternoon.
You testified earlier that there were times that evening when Mr. Rosenbaum had threatened you. Is that right?
Yes.
And you described him as wearing a red shirt with a blue bandana. Is that correct?
At certain times.
Yeah. When he threatened you, that's what he was wearing?
I believe the first time he threatened me, he was wearing a red shirt with the blue bandana. The second time, he had it wrapped around his face.
Had what wrapped around his face?
His T-shirt.
So he wasn't wearing a shirt the second time around?
Correct.
And you indicated at one point you thought he had a chain in his hand?
I believe so.
When he made the threat to you with the red shirt on and the blue bandana, did he have the chain in his hand?
I think one of the times he did.
Okay, and so which of the times was it?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I think it was the time when he was threatening to cut people's hearts out.
And I don't need to know the threat, I just need to know which time it was. Was it the first time or the second time?
Second time. The second time.
What was he wearing the second time?
He was masked. Well, the shirt wrapped around his face.
And he didn't have a shirt on his torso.
Correct.
Okay. And you could see when he didn't have a shirt on his torso that he didn't have any gun tucked in his waistband. Correct?
I wasn't paying attention to that. I was behind Joanne Fiedler. I was somewhere over there.
So how far away were you from Mr. Rosenbaum when he made the second threat?
By 10-15 feet. I'm not really certain.
But you were close enough to hear the words out of his mouth?
Yes.
And you took that as a threat to you personally?
I took the first one where he said, if I catch you alone, I'm going to kill you. I took that as a threat to me personally. The second time, I took that as a threat to the group.
Can we have that photo, Exhibit 138, up on the screen, please? Do you see Mr. Rosenbaum in this picture?
I do.
And he's in the middle of the picture wearing the red shirt with the blue bandana, carrying the plastic bag, correct?
Yes.
Is that the way he looked when he made the first threat to you?
When he said, if I catch you alone, yes.
And he was carrying that plastic bag with him when he made that threat too, correct?
Correct.
How close was he when he made that first threat to you?
Close. I couldn't give you an exact estimate, but he was close, less than 5 feet.
So closer than Madam Court Reporter is to you now?
I'd say about the same, if not a little bit closer.
And you were next to Mr. Balch when that was said?
Correct.
Was anyone else there besides you, Mr. Balch, and Mr. Rosenbaum?
I believe there were other demonstrators around.
And you've seen in this trial that there's been a lot of video footage of that night, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen in this trial that there's a lot of video footage of you that night, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that there's no video of either one of these threats, correct?
I don't know if somebody filmed it that I'm aware of right now.
You're not aware of any, are you?
I'm not.
So, Mr. Rosenbaum looked like that at the time of the first threat, but then looked different at the time of the second threat? Is that right?
Yes.
And did you say he was carrying the chain when he made the first threat or the second one?
The second.
Okay. And he was still carrying that plastic bag the second time?
Yes.
That plastic bag has a clear side to it that allows you to see inside of it, right?
Sorta. I didn't really look into the bag.
So you didn't know what was in the bag at all?
I didn't.
Did he swing the chain at you when he made the second threat?
He did not.
Did he physically touch you when he made the second threat?
No, he didn't.
In fact, that entire evening, he never once touched your body, did he?
He grabbed my gun when he attacked me.
And that's why I asked the question the way I did. He never touched your body that night, correct?
He didn't touch me physically.
Okay. And neither the first or the second time did he run at you or charge at you or anything like that, did he?
He didn't chase me.
He didn't even do anything physically aggressive to you, did he?
No.
He just said some words.
Yes.
And that chain that he had in his hand, he never did anything to physically threaten you with that chain, correct?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And other than the chain that you've described, at no point in the evening did you ever see Joseph Rosenbaum with any other type of weapon, correct?
Not that I saw.
Never saw him with a gun?
Correct.
Never saw him with a knife?
Correct.
Never saw him with a bat?
Correct.
Never saw him with a club?
Correct.
Everyone to go over to Frank's speech at 6 o'clock and watch this interview with Mike Lindell and President Trump. I have seen snippets of it on social media, and let's see him. Anyway, go on to frankspeech.com, 6 o'clock, with Mike Lindell and President Trump. But the McCloskeys had just walked up to the courthouse here. Of course, he is running for Senate here in the state. And of course, you might know them. There was synonymous last year of basically standing ground in their own front yard as protesters walk by their house. I'll see if we can't get any kind of comment from them. Let me see if I can move way over here. Hey, how you doing? We're live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Get a few comments of being out here today.
Well, I always think it's interesting when they got a sign that says revolution, nothing less, and then want to talk about nonviolence. Seems to be a mixed message.
You were out here yesterday. What is your thoughts on what's going on?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
A lot of this is about self-defense. It's a conversation about defending your ability to stay safe when you're threatened.
Particularly when the government abdicates its role, and their movement to defund the police, and when the mob attacks. Excuse me, 1 second, please. When the mob attacks and the government won't protect you from the mob, people have to protect themselves, and that's what this is about.
Did that lead you to get involved in running for Senate? I know you got that coming up.
Well, what caused me to run for Senate is a longer story than that. When the mob came back to our house a second time, specifically to burn us down and to kill us, that was the night that the president gave his Mount Rushmore address. And excuse me, anyway.
That's what we do, nonviolent.
But the president in his Mount Rushmore address talked about defeating Marxist extremism in the United States. We had just seen a little bit of Marxist extremism ourselves, and we listened to the mainstream media response saying that was the most divisive speech a president could give. And my wife and I looked at each other and said, if defeating Marxism in the United States is divisive, like we're supposed to live in harmony with the people who wish to destroy our culture, our religion, take our private property, that there's something seriously wrong with this country. And we just made a decision that day, put the rest of our lives on hold, and do what we can to save the country. And we went to work for the Trump campaign. And then after the Trump campaign was over, we kept doing the same thing we had been doing for the Trump campaign, but just on our own, talking about our God-given rights and going to Republican events and addressing just crowds of the rotunda of the Missouri Capitol. And then when Roy Blunt decided not to run for re-election, people kept asking me if I was interested in doing it. I had very little interest in doing it, but it's basically something that's been imposed upon us. Somebody's got to be willing to stand up.
I'm just wondering how we heal from all of this. There was a message of prayer earlier, which I think. Hang on just 1 second. Hang on just a second. There was a call for prayer to unify this country. Prayer is what we need right now.
Absolutely. And the thing is, we're all just human beings. We're all children of God. And the attempt by particularly critical race theory and everything else to separate and divide people. On the Great Seal of the state of Missouri, it says, united we stand, divided we fall. And that unity is what we need. We need to not identify each other.
How does that happen, I wonder? Because you've got people around us.
Standing outside with your
We've got people around us, obviously, and we respect everybody's opinions, but how do we unify? Because there's so many heated emotions right now.
A great deal of it, I blame my place on the mainstream media, because they're constantly stoking the flames of division. And there just needs to be an understanding, once again, that we're all, there's only one race, and that's the human race.
I want to get, what's your question?
What are you doing specifically as a human being and as a man to unify this nation and your community?
Okay, there's good question. What are you doing to unify this community, you personally?
What am I doing? What I just said right now. What I do is I go from place to place, from entity to entity, and I talk about our God-given rights and our God-given unity as people made in the image of the Lord, and that there is only one race, and that's the human race, and we all need to work together. That all these things. I mean, I started talking about critical race theory on the Trump campaign a year and 4 months ago, and everybody looked at me like I had two heads, and they didn't appreciate that had insinuated itself in every aspect of our education and
The economic disparities of African Americans, to be able to talk about critical race theory and how education in schools should be given to all Americans based on how to function.
Let's narrow the question down a little bit. We're talking about the economic disparities
No,
of
because he brought up critical race theory. He did. He did. You did, right?
No, he did. So what's your question about critical race theory?
I want to know, as a white man, do you think that it's proper, or that you have the proper education to be able to push critical race theory in educations in all American schools for the whole United States to understand? You understand and are able to explain the disparities that minorities and African Americans face and how this world needs to change in regards to teaching critical race theory to all Americans in this nation.
all I can say very simply is the idea of curing racism by identifying people by their race and treating them differently makes absolutely no logical sense, and that's the very basis of critical race.
I work in healthcare, and you said that critical. You said you're saying it like it's a sickness or a disease. It's racism or economical disparities that African Americans face, and father absence, and all these things. Are these all diseases and that all just lead up to racism, and then once we're taught critical race theory, then it'll all be better?
I'm having a hard time following the logic.
Simplify the question just a little bit.
Do you believe in Black Lives Matter?
I believe that all lives matter.
Well, if all lives matter.
And I believe that the Black Lives Matter organization is a communist organization.
Why would you say it's a communist? Do I look like I'm
because
communist?
the leaders of it are avowed communists. That's why.
I am the executive director. I am executive director.
And I heard Hawk Newsom 2 days ago say that if they start policing in New York again the way they used to, there'll be riots, there'll be fire, and there'll be blood. And that's your organization.
See, no,
and anybody
that's
that
not my organization.
That's what I want you to clarify. So you don't agree with that at all?
I disagree with it all the way. I disagree with it all. All I want to tell you is that I'm an executive. See, you're not listening. I listened to you. Did I not? Did I not? I gave you the intelligence to speak, right? I am the executive director for Black Lives Matter. I'm over 11 different chapters throughout this country. We always practice non-violent. We never been violent. I don't carry a gun. I'm not a communist. I'm not a communist. I was born on South Side Chicago. I live here in Lake County. I never even been nowhere but to Africa one time. I've been to Mexico. So I don't know nothing about communists or nothing like that. But I know all lives do matter, but all lives can't matter until Black Lives matter.
Until this man is no longer 1/3 of a
I live in
man
the
in our
city of St. Louis,
Constitution.
where every night black lives are taken by black people, and no one seems to care about that.
Let me tell you something.
I've been in the city of St. Louis for 33 years.
And you know what? More whites kill whites than blacks kill blacks.
No.
That's the media that puts that out there.
No. I'm gonna tell you the truth. So repeat what you said. You said more black people.
Black on black crime in Chicago, and no one seems to care about that.
You know where that stems
That's called
from?
community crime.
You know where that stems from?
But if you're defining race by,
I can answer this question. Do you know where that stems from? Do you know where black on black crime stems from?
You go ahead and tell me.
So it stems from two things: father absence.
Okay, I agree with you on that.
And the lack of community leaders in the communities. So when the mayor has $62 million to give out to her city, and suburban neighborhoods have their own schools, their own churches, their own clergies in their own communities to be able to advocate for their community so that they can get the resources that they need. We have crooks. We have crooks and fake ass community leaders that the mayor gives majority of those funds to, and those funds don't reach where they're supposed to. That's why.
Elect a new mayor.
Exactly.
In the city I live in, it's more than half African American. We have an African American mayor, African American prosecutor, African American president of the board of aldermen, African American police chief. Most of them are younger than me. All of them except for Lewis Reed, I think, are younger than me.
Okay. So
well, that's actually a good thing, and that's what needs to change. What needs to change is that old ass people who aren't connected with our communities anymore, and not your community too, as mine. Because
let's put an age to it, because you're a seasoned African American. You're engaged.
You look like you're about my age.
I'm 62. But don't like age just to discriminate.
I'm gonna say it dead on age, because at a certain time, you got to move over and let the younger generation come in and be welcome.
I disagree with you on that, but
Be welcome to not being so old school.
Connected, right?
Connected, yes. Don't shut us out. And
probably the better word is connected.
And that's what happens. The young people get shut out that actually know what's going on in these
Very
communities.
stung and hurt.
And then
What you did
like that.
in St. Louis, that really hurt me because I come to St. Louis. Matter of fact, I've been down there and gave them the blueprint down in Ferguson. You know, but it really hurts me that you would have that much hatred. And I know some of it was just generated to you from birth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're totally and absolutely wrong. There's absolutely no hatred involved in what I did. I had 350 to 500 people break down my gate, storm towards my house in a city that had burned, where they had shot 4 police officers, killed retired police captain David Dorn, burned, pillaged, and destroyed in my neighborhood. And when they come in, I didn't pay any attention. By the way, most of them were not black. Most of them were Caucasian. By the way, they came in storming through my gate, broke down my gate, stormed towards my house, and I was afraid for my life. I cared not what race they were. I had no hatred in my body. I have no hatred in my body now. So you are operating on false.
If you didn't have hatred in your body, why would you come out here and support Kyle Rittenhouse?
Because he acted in self-defense just as I did.
It was not self-defense. I was there. I was there. I met Kyle Rittenhouse on that corner on August 25th at 5 o'clock.
Did you testify?
No, I ain't got to testify.
Maybe you should have testified if you've got additional information to add.
I mean, I couldn't do nothing because when he shot him, I had left. I got tear gas. But I met him at 5 o'clock that evening on that corner right over there. Yeah. He was standing there with an AR-15, and I asked him, "Are you protesting with us, or are you? What are you doing?" Because we had already got to Texas that they were out there, and he turned around and told me, "No, I'm here to protect brick and mortar." I said, "You here to check brick and mortar over human life?" A man was shot 7 times in front of his kids, in front of his children. Do you think that was right?
Maybe you shouldn't have been carrying a knife.
He was not carrying a knife. He was not carrying a knife. It was not carrying a knife.
You think a skateboard swung at somebody's head can cause damage?
No, not to kill him. Not to kill him.
Around with an AR-15 ain't gonna cause no damage. He killed 2 people.
And then the skateboard part came second. He killed JoJo first.
Thank you for your time. I wanted to drop in here, and can I talk to you just for a second? Because I like the questions you were asking. They're very pertinent questions, and I want to appreciate you getting involved as well. We appreciate that because I think this dialogue needs to happen. It does need to happen, regardless of what political side that you're on. If we don't talk and listen, and that's why I'm glad you stepped up, we don't make progress.
We don't. I'm from Madison. I'm from the capital. When all I looted, I rioted, and I peacefully protested. I held thousands of people down in the Capitol and negotiated with the police department over keeping peace after the violence. So I believe that yes, sometimes violence does need to happen. It happens. We can, and those are things you can't avoid. Just like in your homes, and as an individual, you get to a boiling point, and things that you don't want to happen sometimes happen. Not saying it's a good thing, not saying it's a bad thing, but that just is what it is, and it happened. Yeah. But as far as the questions and the dialogue, this dialogue needs to happen with our governor. Yeah. Our governor sending the National Guard out. Our governor is shooing all these people out to shoot all these people out, but he is the only answer. Evers and Lieutenant Governor Barnes are the only answers to come out here and actually sit with people like me and people like Kyle Rittenhouse and people who are actually out here on the ground and people who are in these communities that are living in these communities that are also out here, because it's babies out here. It's kids doing drugs in the streets. It's kids out here doing all types of things in the middle of the night, and it's not grown adults. It's these kids that get out of school between the ages of 17 and 25 that are out here at night drinking.
And you brought up a great point earlier. She said it's the breakdown of the human the family, the absence of the father, the leader in the house.
The criminal justice system and the lack of fathers that African Americans and people of color have in a home has a direct effect on how the children come out of those homes. If we look at suburban living as a goal,
then we should look at that for all communities instead of creating educational pipelines to give our kids IEPs, leave them behind as we say we don't do, and then lock them up. And then expect them to get out and know how to raise families. No, that's why we have more domestic disturbances. That's why we have more violence in our cities, because we don't have the time to build families. We have people gone for 25 to 35 years that come home traumatized and that don't get proper health care, don't get proper therapy, don't have that mental support, and then turn around and, yes, do things that they probably normally wouldn't do, like rioting, looting, destroying their communities, and so on and so forth. So if we want to talk about the millions of dollars that are put into this city, we got to think about the mistakes that we've made and how to fix those mistakes financially.
I bet there's no one watching us right now that does not agree with you. I think everyone agrees with what you just said, because it all starts at home.
It does.
It all starts at home.
It starts with Biden too. Biden plays a part in this too. He took the black vote. And there's an I in president, but there's no I in Congress. And he needs Congress and the House of Representatives to be able to pass half the laws that he's passing. So Biden made a mistake. And I'm going to say, I'm not voting for Biden next year if he is running for re-election, because he made the mistake by telling me that he's got my back when he hasn't made any executive action against protecting the lives of African Americans and people of color. But the first thing he did was sign an executive action protecting the lives of Asians and Pacific Islanders that are just now starting to recognize and feel the trauma and the travesties that we felt for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years.
That was okay. That was post like the Asian hate. Is that what you're talking about? Is that when it was? Okay.
COVID,
okay.
Asian hate. Like COVID just came. We've had COVID in minorities and communities of color for decades, for centuries. Right. When do we focus on that?
You've got some great points, and I really appreciate you taking time with us to do this. I know it was kind of he just walked up, and I was in the middle of doing a commercial, basically, and he walked up, and I was like, wait a minute, we got to have a few minutes with that guy. And you got what you have. You saw what happened. I mean, people they got questions. They want answers to how you're going to fix the divide that we have in this country and our community. That's all it is. Let me ask you a question. What do you think the media plays in a part of all of this?
Well, to be honest, in Wisconsin, the media played a part in the rioting and the looting. They turned their cameras away. They protected some people. A lot of people in the media stand as allies in the middle of the night. And then when people are gone, they turn around and they tape it and they say, oh, look at what happened when they were right there. And you're a human being. You to say stop. You to say don't break that. You just sat there and you watched, and it's kind of antagonizing, if you ask me.
Anyway, if the media stokes this racial division, it's best because it's just always conflict. It takes our eye off really what's going on in this country.
I think what's
they
best.
want to pit you against me, right?
Right. Yeah. They want me to curse you out, and
they want me to curse you out, and we're on live television. I wouldn't do that even if we weren't on live television, but that's what they want.
I think the best way to actually get to the root of the problem and actually create an honest dialogue is to actually take in real people in these communities. The barbershop owner, the man who sits out in his food truck at night in the worst neighborhood, people like that, the officer who works for the department but also lives in the worst part of the community. Those things, the people who are actually seeing these things, because honestly, all I see is higher pay. I'm a community leader, but I'm not a high-paid community leader.
I can tell that you're a community leader because you're involved in the conversation, and you bring it down to a level that I think everyone can understand.
But I see high-level community leaders, ones who are having the big donation and fundraiser parties and things like that. I see those people out here giving opinions, but they're not even living in these communities anymore. And so how can you really have an opinion on what needs to change in the community when you're not even living in that community? You're just like Santa Claus getting money to give to people, but you don't know really who's been naughty or nice.
Hey, that's a good point. I want to leave that interview with that. Hey, God bless you. Thanks for your time. I like that. Naughty or nice? I hope I'm on the nice list. I'm not quite sure at this point. But thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. It gives you an idea of what is happening now. It seems like local time here. We're sitting at 2:13 local time. And I want to remind everybody to go to our website, rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com. You can sign up for our newsletter as well. That's another great way to stay in touch with all the things that we're doing here at the network. So rsbnetwork.com. You can also go into rsbnetwork.com/donate as well, and donate to some of the to go around and do some of the things that we're doing today. We talked to that gentleman earlier that's talking about this country and China, and all kinds of discussions going on right now. But please go to our website, rspeednetwork.com/donate and /newsletter as well. Looks like they're breaking down that table from the press conference. It seems like I said earlier, we did have some emotions are running fairly high. That has kind of gone away, and I think that's a good thing, because as we get closer to what could be a possible verdict, I want a message of peace, a message of moving forward in a peaceful way and accepting whatever verdict happens at this point. Also, I want to remind everybody to go to mypillow.com. Let's go on over here. We see these guys on the road everywhere. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, you can go over to the what, because that is one guy that has absolutely been such a patriot for election integrity, and that is Mike Lindell. Go to the website, mypillow.com. That's mypillow.com. Put that promo code RSBN and get up to 66% off your entire order. Now, we know we have Christmas coming up. Supply chain issues will be in play. There are certain things that you're not going to be able to order and even get it all. And if you do get them, it's going to be well past the Christmas season. So I encourage everybody right now, just take 5 minutes, go over to mypillow.com, put that promo code RSBN and get up to 66% off. This is what I do. I go on the website, I fill up my shopping cart with all the things that I want. It's my dream list. Could be the robe, those towels, the Giza sheets, the flannel sheets, the slippers, the dog beds, the mattress toppers, the pillow. Load it up. Put that promo code in at that point, and you'll be able to see what your savings is after the discount is applied. So go on the website, mypillow.com, put that promo code RSPN at checkout, and you'll see exactly how much you can save. And I can assure you, Liz Willis and myself was at that factory and was in Minnesota just a few weeks ago. We saw exactly how they make them. You're going to get your product at your home on time, and you'll be helping out an American patriot while doing that. So mypillow.com, that's mypillow.com, promo code RSBN at checkout. Okay, the crowd has diminished some, even though it looks like now that they went across the street. I'll let Joe put this camera back on the tripod here, because he's been holding it for like the last hour or so as we kind of walked around. And the McCloskeys made their way over to us, and that was quite the experience to kind of drop that in. We saw them earlier walking down the area streets around the courthouse. I didn't think they were going to walk over to us. I'm glad they did, and I'm glad that dialogue happened, because I think that is only when we really get things accomplished, when we have this open dialogue of asking people who are running for political office, like, what do you feel about this topic? What are you going to do about that topic? And until those questions are asked and we get the answers we want, you truly know if someone's connected to their constituents in their area. Okay, I'm going to step aside. We're going to continue to monitor the situation here in Kenosha outside the courthouse. We'll bring you anything that happens outside, and then we'll also bring you what happens inside. Until a little bit later, goodbye. God bless. Hang in there, folks. We'll be right back. Hey, how you doing? We're live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Get a few comments of being out here today.
Well, I always think it's interesting when they got a sign that says revolution, nothing less, and then want to talk about nonviolence. Seems to be a mixed message.
You were out here yesterday. What is your thoughts on what's going on?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
A lot of this is about self-defense. It's a conversation about defending your ability to stay safe when you're threatened.
Particularly when the government abdicates its role, and their movement to defund the police, and when the mob attacks. Excuse me, 1 second, please. When the mob attacks and the government won't protect you from the mob, people have to protect themselves, and that's what this is about.
Did that lead you to get involved in running for Senate? I know you got that coming up.
Well, what caused me to run for Senate is a longer story than that. When the mob came back to our house a second time, specifically to burn us down and to kill us, that was the night that the president gave his Mount Rushmore address. And excuse me, anyway.
That's what we do, nonviolent.
But the president in his Mount Rushmore address talked about defeating Marxist extremism in the United States. We had just seen a little bit of Marxist extremism ourselves, and we listened to the mainstream media response saying that was the most divisive speech a president could give. And my wife and I looked at each other and said, if defeating Marxism in the United States is divisive, like we're supposed to live in harmony with the people who wish to destroy our culture, our religion, take our private property, that there's something seriously wrong with this country. And we just made a decision that day, put the rest of our lives on hold, and do what we can to save the country. And we went to work for the Trump campaign. And then after the Trump campaign was over, we kept doing the same thing we had been doing for the Trump campaign, but just on our own, talking about our God-given rights and going to Republican events and addressing just crowds of the rotunda of the Missouri Capitol. And then when Roy Blunt decided not to run for re-election, people kept asking me if I was interested in doing it. I had very little interest in doing it, but it's basically something that's been imposed upon us. Somebody's got to be willing to stand up.
I'm just wondering how we heal from all of this. There was a message of prayer earlier, which I think. Hang on just 1 second. Hang on just a second. There was a call for prayer to unify this country. Prayer is what we need right now.
Absolutely. And the thing is, we're all just human beings. We're all children of God. And the attempt by particularly critical race theory and everything else to separate and divide people. On the Great Seal of the state of Missouri, it says, united we stand, divided we fall. And that unity is what we need. We need to not identify each other.
How does that happen, I wonder? Because you've got people around us.
Standing outside with your
we've got people around us, obviously, and we respect everybody's opinions, but how do we unify? Because there's so many heated emotions right now.
A great deal of it, I blame my place on the mainstream media, because they're constantly stoking the flames of division, and there just needs to be an understanding once again that we're all.
Hey, how you doing? We're live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Get a few comments of being out here today.
Well, I always think it's interesting when they got a sign that.
How you doing? We're live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Get a few comments of being out here today.
Well, I always think it's interesting when they got a sign that says revolution, nothing less, and then want to talk about nonviolence. Seems to be a mixed message.
You were out here yesterday. What is your thoughts on what's going on?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
A lot of this is about self-defense. It's a conversation about defending your ability to stay safe when you're threatened.
Particularly when the government abdicates its role, and their movement to defund the police, and when the mob attacks. Excuse me, 1 second, please. When the mob attacks and the government won't protect you from the mob, people have to protect themselves, and that's what this is about.
Did that lead you to get involved in running for Senate? I know you got that coming up.
Well, what caused me to run for Senate is a longer story than that. When the mob came back to our house a second time, specifically to burn us down and to kill us, that was the night that the president gave his Mount Rushmore address. And excuse me, anyway.
That's what we do, nonviolent.
But the president in his Mount Rushmore address talked about defeating Marxist extremism in the United States. We had just seen a little bit of Marxist extremism ourselves, and we listened to the mainstream media response saying that was the most divisive speech a president could give. And my wife and I looked at each other and said, if defeating Marxism in the United States is divisive, like we're supposed to live in harmony with the people that wish to destroy our culture, our religion, take our private property, that there's something seriously wrong with this country. And we just made a decision that day, put the rest of our lives on hold, and do what we can to save the country. And we went to work for the Trump campaign. And then after the Trump campaign was over, we kept doing the same thing we had been doing for the Trump campaign, but just on our own, talking about our God-given rights and going to Republican events and addressing just crowds in the rotunda of the Missouri Capitol. And then when Roy Blunt decided not to run for re-election, people kept asking me if I was interested in doing it. I had very little interest in doing it, but it's basically something that's been imposed upon us. Somebody's got to be willing to stand up.
I'm just wondering how we heal from all of this. There was a message of prayer earlier, which I think. Hang on just 1 second. Hang on just a second. There was a call for prayer to unify this country. Prayer is what we need right now.
Absolutely. And the thing is, we're all just human beings. We're all children of God. And the attempt by particularly critical race theory and everything else to separate and divide people. On the Great Seal of the state of Missouri, it says, united we stand, divided we fall. And that unity is what we need. We need to not identify each other.
How does that happen, I wonder? Because you've got people around us.
Standing outside with your...
We've got people around us, obviously, and we respect everybody's opinions, but how do we unify? Because there's so many heated emotions right now.
A great deal of it, I blame my place on the mainstream media, because they're constantly stoking the flames of division, and there just needs to be an understanding once again that we're all there's only one race, and that's the human race.
I want to get what's your question?
What are you doing specifically as a human being and as a man to unify this nation and your community?
Okay, there's good question. What are you doing to unify this community, you personally?
What am I doing? What I've just said right now. What I do is I go from place to place, from entity to entity, and I talk about our God-given rights and our God-given unity as people made in the image of the Lord, and that there is only one race, and that's the human race, and we all need to work together. That all these things. I mean, I started talking about critical race theory on the Trump campaign a year and 4 months ago, and everybody looked at me like I had two heads, and they didn't appreciate that it had insinuated itself in every aspect of our education and
the economic disparities of African Americans, to be able to talk about critical race theory and how education in schools should be given to all Americans based on how to function.
Let's narrow the question down a little bit. We're talking about the economic disparities.
He brought up critical race theory. He did. You did, right?
No, you did. So what's your question about critical race theory?
I want to know, as a white man, do you think that it's proper, or that you have the proper education to be able to push critical race theory and educations and in all American schools for the whole United States to understand. You understand and are able to explain the disparities that minorities and African Americans face and how this world needs to change in regards to teaching critical race theory to all Americans in this nation.
All I can say very simply is the idea of curing racism by identifying people by their race and treating them differently makes absolutely no logical sense, and that's the very basis of critical race.
I work in healthcare, and you said that critical. You're saying it like it's a sickness or a disease. It's racism or economical disparities that African Americans face, and father absence, and all these things. Are these all diseases and that all just lead up to racism, and then once we're taught critical race theory, then it'll all be better?
I'm having a hard time following the logic.
Simplify the questions a little bit.
Do you believe in Black Lives Matter?
I believe that all lives matter.
Well, if all lives matter.
And I believe that the Black Lives Matter organization is a communist organization.
Why would you say it's a communist? Do I look like I'm
because
communist?
the leaders of it are avowed communists. That's why.
I am the executive director. I am executive director.
And I heard Hawk Newsom 2 days ago say that if they start policing in New York again the way they used to, there'll be riots, there'll be fire, and there'll be blood. And that's your organization.
See, no, that's not my organization. That's what I want you to clarify. So you don't agree with that at all?
I disagree with it all the way. I disagree with it all. All I want to tell you is that I'm executive. See, you're not listening. I listened to you. Did I not? Did I not? I gave you the intelligence to speak, right? I am the executive director for Black Lives Matter. I'm over 11 different chapters throughout this country. We always practice non-violent. We never been violent. I don't carry a gun. I'm not a communist. I'm not a communist. I was born on South Side Chicago. I live here in Lake County. I never even been nowhere but to Africa one time. I've been to Mexico. So I don't know nothing about communists or nothing like that. But I know all lives do matter, but all lives can't matter until Black Lives matter.
Until this man is no longer 1/3 of a man in our Constitution.
Where every night black lives are taken by black people and no one seems to care about that.
Let me tell you something.
I've been in the city of St. Louis for 33 years.
And you know what? More whites kill whites than blacks kill blacks.
No.
That's the media that puts that out there.
No. I'm going to tell you the truth. So you repeat what you said. You said more black people.
Black on black crime in Chicago, and no one seems to care about that.
You know where that stems
That's called community crime.
You know where that stems from?
But if we were defining race by,
I can answer this question. Do you know where that stems from? Do you know where black on black crime stems from?
You go ahead and tell me.
So it stems from two things: father absence.
Okay, I agree with you on that.
And the lack of community leaders in the communities. So when the mayor has $62 million to give out to her city, and suburban neighborhoods have their own schools, their own churches, their own clergies, in their own communities to be able to advocate for their community so that they can get the resources that they need. We have crooks. We have crooks and fake ass community leaders that the mayor gives majority of those funds to, and those funds don't reach where they're supposed to. That's why.
Elect a new mayor.
Exactly.
In the city I live in, it's more than half African American. We have an African American mayor, African American prosecutor, African American president of the board of aldermen, African American police chief. Most of them are younger than me. All of them except for Lewis Reed, I think, are younger than me.
Okay. So well, that's actually a good thing, and that's what needs to change. What needs to change is that old ass people who aren't connected with our communities anymore, and not your community too, as mine. Because
let's put an age to it, because you're a seasoned African American. You're engaged.
You look like you're about my age.
I'm 62. But don't like age just to discriminate.
I'm gonna say it on age because at a certain time you gotta move over and let the younger generation come in and be welcome.
I disagree with you on that, but
be welcome to not being so old school.
Connected, right?
Connecting, yes. Don't shut us out
That's probably the better word to stay
And
connected.
that's what happens. The young people get shut out that actually know what's going on in these
Very
communities.
stung and hurt
And then
with what you did
like that.
in St. Louis. That really hurt me because I come to St. Louis. Matter of fact, I've been down there and gave them the blueprint down in Ferguson, you know. But it really hurts me that you would have that much hatred. And I know some of it was just generated to you from birth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're totally and absolutely wrong. There's absolutely no hatred involved in what I did. I had 350 to 500 people break down my gate, storm towards my house in a city that had burned, where they had shot 4 police officers, killed retired police captain David Dorn, burned, pillaged, and destroyed in my neighborhood. And when they come in, I didn't pay any attention. By the way, most of them were not black. Most of them were Caucasian. By the way, they came in storming through my gate, broke down my gate, stormed towards my house. And I was afraid for my life. I cared not what race they were. I had no hatred in my body. I have no hatred in my body now. So you are operating on
If you
false.
didn't have hatred in your body, why would you come out here and support Kyle Rittenhouse?
Because he acted in self-defense just as I did.
It was not self-defense. I was there. I was there. I met Kyle Rittenhouse on that corner on August 25th at 5 o'clock.
Did you testify?
No, I ain't got to testify.
Maybe you should have testified if you've got additional information to add.
I mean, I couldn't do nothing because when he shot him, I had left. I got tear
You
gas.
weren't there.
I got but I met him at 5 o'clock that evening on that corner right over there.
Yeah.
He was standing there with an AR-15, and I asked him, "Are you protesting with us, or are you? What are you doing?" Because we had already got to Texas that they were out there, and he turned around and told me, "No, I'm here to protect brick and mortar." I said, "You here to protect brick and mortar over human life?" A man was shot 7 times in front of his kids, in front of his children. Do you think that was right?
Maybe you shouldn't have been carrying a knife.
He was not carrying a knife. He was not carrying a knife. It was not carrying a knife.
You think a skateboard swung at somebody's head can cause damage?
No, not to kill him. Not to kill him.
Around with an AR-15 ain't gonna cause no damage. He killed 2 people.
And then the skateboard part came second. He killed JoJo first.
Thank you for your time. I wanted to drop in here, and can I talk? Hey, how you doing? We're live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Get a few comments of being out here today.
Well, I always think it's interesting when they got a sign that says "Revolution, nothing less," and then want to talk about nonviolence. Seems to be a mixed message.
You were out here yesterday. What is your thoughts on what's going on?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
A lot of this is about self-defense. It's a conversation about defending your ability to stay safe when you're threatened.
Particularly when the government abdicates its role, and the movement to defund the police, and when the mob attacks. Excuse me, 1 second, please. When the mob attacks and the government won't protect you from the mob, people have to protect themselves, and that's what this is about.
Did that lead you to get involved in running for Senate? I know you got that coming up.
Well, what caused me to run for Senate is a longer story than that. When the mob came back to our house a second time, specifically to burn us down and to kill us, that was the night that the president gave his Mount Rushmore address.
Do you
And
understand the
excuse me,
nonviolent?
anyway.
That's what we do, nonviolent.
But the president in his Mount Rushmore address talked about defeating Marxist extremism in the United States. We had just seen a little bit of Marxist extremism ourselves, and we listened to the mainstream media response saying that was the most divisive speech a president could give. And my wife and I looked at each other and said, if defeating Marxism in the United States is divisive, like we're supposed to live in harmony with the people who wish to destroy our culture, our religion, take our private property, that there's something seriously wrong with this country. And we just made a decision that day, put the rest of our lives on hold, and do what we can to save the country. And we went to work for the Trump campaign. And then after the Trump campaign was over, we kept doing the same thing we had been doing for the Trump campaign, but just on our own, talking about our God-given rights and going to Republican events and addressing just crowds of the rotunda of the Missouri Capitol. And then when Roy Blunt decided not to run for re-election, people kept asking me if I was interested in doing it. I had very little interest in doing it, but it's it's basically something that's been imposed upon us. Somebody's got to be willing to stand up.
I'm just wondering how we heal from all of this. There was a message of prayer earlier, which I think. Hang on just one second. Hang on just a second. There was a call for prayer to unify this country. Prayer is what we need right now.
Absolutely. And the thing is, we're all just human beings. We're all children of God. And the attempt by particularly critical race theory and everything else to separate and divide people. On the Great Seal of the state of Missouri, it says, united we stand, divided we fall. And that unity is what we need. We need to not identify each other.
How does that happen, I wonder? Because you've got people around us.
Standing outside with your
We've got people around us, obviously, and we respect everybody's opinions, but how do we unify? Because there's so many heated emotions right now.
A great deal of it, I would blame my place on the mainstream media, because they're constantly stoking the flames of division. And there just needs to be an understanding, once again, that we're all, there's only one race, and that's the human race.
I want to get, what's your question?
What are you doing specifically as a human being and as a man to unify this nation and your community?
Okay, there's good question. What are you doing to unify this community, you personally?
What am I doing? What I just said right now. What I do is I go from place to place, from entity to entity, and I talk about our God-given rights and our God-given unity as people made in the image of the Lord, and that there is only one race, and that's the human race, and we all need to work together. That all these things. I mean, I started talking about critical race theory on the Trump campaign a year and 4 months ago, and everybody looked at me like I had two heads, and they didn't appreciate that it had insinuated itself in every aspect of our education and
the economic disparities of African Americans, to be able to talk about critical race theory and how education in schools should be given to all Americans based on how to function.
Let's narrow the question down a little bit. We're talking about the economic disparities of the.
He brought up critical race theory. He did. You did, right?
No, he did. So what's your question about critical race theory?
I want to know, as a white man, do you think that it's proper, or that you have the proper education to be able to push critical race theory in educations and all American schools for the whole United States to understand? You understand and are able to explain the disparities that minorities and African Americans face, and how this world needs to change in regards to teaching critical race theory to all Americans in this nation.
All I can say very simply is the idea of curing racism by identifying people by their race and treating them differently makes absolutely no logical sense, and that's the very basis of critical.
I work in healthcare, and you said that critical. You said you're saying it like it's a sickness or a disease. It's racism or economical disparities that African Americans face, and father absence and all these things. Are these all diseases and that all just lead up to racism, and then once we're taught critical race theory, then it'll all be better?
I'm having a hard time following the logic.
Simplify the questions a little bit.
Do you believe in Black Lives Matter?
I believe that all lives matter.
Well, if all lives matter.
And I believe that the Black Lives Matter organization is a communist organization.
Why would you say it's a communist? Do I look like I'm
because
communist?
The leaders of it are avowed communists. That's why.
I am the executive director. I am executive director.
And I heard Hawk Newsom 2 days ago say that if they start policing in New York again the way they used to, there'll be riots, there'll be fire, and there'll be blood. And that's your organization.
See, that's not my organization.
That's what I want you to clarify. So you don't agree with that at all?
I disagree with it all the way. I disagree with it all. All I want to tell you is that I'm an executive. See, you're not listening. I listened to you. Did I not? Did I not? I gave you the intelligence to speak, right? I am the executive director for Black Lives Matter. I'm over 11 different chapters throughout this country. We always practice non-violent. We never been violent. I don't carry a gun. I'm not a communist. I'm not a communist. I was born on South Side Chicago. I live here in Lake County. I never even been nowhere but to Africa one time. I've been to Mexico. So I don't know nothing about communists or nothing like that. But I know all lives do matter, but all lives can't matter until black lives matter.
Until this man is no longer 1/3 of a
I live
man
in the
in our
city of St. Louis,
Constitution.
where every night black lives are taken by black people, and no one seems to care about that.
Let me tell you something.
I've been in the city of St. Louis for 33 years.
And you know what? More whites kill whites than blacks kill blacks.
No.
That's the media that puts that out there.
No. I'm gonna tell you the truth. So repeat what you said. You said more black people.
Black on black crime in Chicago, and no one seems to care about that.
You know where that stems
That's called
from?
community crime.
You know where that stems from?
But if you're defining race by,
I can answer this question. Do you know where that stems from? Do you know where black on black crime stems from?
You go ahead and tell me.
So it stems from two things: father absence.
Okay, I agree with you on that.
And the lack of community leaders in the communities. So when the mayor has $62 million to give out to her city, and suburban neighborhoods have their own schools, their own churches, their own clergies in their own communities to be able to advocate for their community so that they can get the resources that they need. We have crooks. We have crooks and fake ass community leaders that the mayor gives majority of those funds to, and those funds don't reach where they're supposed to. That's why.
Elect a new mayor.
Exactly.
In the city I live in, it's more than half African American. We have an African American mayor, African American prosecutor, African American president of the board of aldermen, African American police chief. Most of them are younger than me. All of them except for Lewis Reed, I think, are younger than me.
Okay. So
well, that's actually a good thing, and that's what needs to change. What needs to change is that old ass people who aren't connected with our communities anymore, and your community too, as mine. Because
let's not put an age to it, because you're a seasoned African American. You're engaged.
You look like you're about my age.
I'm 62. But don't like age just to discriminate.
I'm gonna say it on age because at a certain time you gotta move over and let the younger generation come in and be welcome.
I disagree with you on that, but
be welcome to not being so old school.
Connected, right?
Connected, yes. Don't shut us out.
Probably the better word is connected.
And that's what happens. The young people get shut out that actually know what's going on in these
very stung and hurt. Well, what you did
like that.
in St. Louis, that really hurt me because I come to St. Louis. Matter of fact, I've been down there and gave them the blueprint down in Ferguson, you know. But it really hurts me that you would have that much hatred. And I know some of it was just generated to you from birth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're totally and absolutely wrong. There's absolutely no hatred involved in what I did. I had 350 to 500 people break down my gate, storm towards my house in a city that had burned, where they had shot 4 police officers, killed retired police captain David Dorn, burned, pillaged, and destroyed in my neighborhood. And when they come in, I didn't pay any attention. By the way, most of them were not black. Most of them were Caucasian. By the way, they came in storming through my gate, broke down my gate, stormed towards my house, and I was afraid for my life. I cared not what race they were. I had no hatred in my body. I have no hatred in my body now. So you are operating on false.
If you didn't have hatred in your body, why would you come out here and support Kyle Rittenhouse?
Because he acted in self-defense just as I did.
It was not self-defense. I was there. I was there. I met Kyle Rittenhouse on that corner on August 25th at 5 o'clock.
Did you testify?
No, I ain't got to testify.
Maybe you should have testified if you've got additional information to add.
I mean, I couldn't do nothing because when he shot him, I had left. I got tear gas. I got but I met him at 5 o'clock that evening on that corner right over there. Yeah. He was standing there with an AR-15, and I asked him, "Are you protesting with us, or are you? What are you doing?" Because we had already he got to Texas that they were out there. And he turned around and told me, no, I'm here to protect brick and mortar. I said, you here to protect brick and mortar over human life? A man was shot 7 times in front of his kids, in front of his children. Do you think that was right?
Maybe he shouldn't have been carrying a knife.
He was not carrying a knife. He was not carrying a knife. He was not carrying a knife.
You think a skateboard swung at somebody's head can cause damage?
No, not to kill him. Not to kill him.
Around with an AR-15 ain't gonna cause no damage. Can kill 2 people.
And then the skateboard part came second. He killed JoJo first.
Thank you for your time. I wanted to drop in here, and can I talk? Hey, how you doing? We're live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Get a few comments of being out here today.
Well, I always think it's interesting when they got a sign that says "Revolution, nothing less," and then want to talk about nonviolence. Seems to be a mixed message.
You were out here yesterday. What is your thoughts on what's going on?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
A lot of this is about self-defense. It's a conversation about defending your ability to stay safe when you're threatened.
Particularly when the government abdicates its role, and their movement to defund the police, and when the mob attacks. Excuse me, 1 second, please. When the mob attacks and the government won't protect you from the mob, people have to protect themselves, and that's what this is about.
Did that lead you to get involved in running for Senate? I know you got that coming up.
Well, what caused me to run for Senate is a longer story than that. When the mob came back to our house a second time, specifically to burn us down and to kill us, that was the night that the president gave his Mount Rushmore address. And excuse me,
nonviolent.
Anyway.
That's what we do, nonviolent.
All right, you're joining us live outside the Kenosha courthouse, where you're seeing some of the activity out here. Of course, since about 9 a.m. this morning, jurors have been deliberating all the evidence they've heard for the last couple of weeks in terms of a final verdict. To kind of recap the day, it started about at 9 o'clock with deliberation, that brief lunch break from 12 to 1. Now they're back in deliberation right now. They took about a 45-minute into the deliberations to get some questions answered by the judge. Obviously, at this point, we don't know what questions were asked at that point, and they continue to be in deliberation now. If you joined us about an hour ago, we had some very heated exchanges between the McCloskeys. You might know them, the famous couple that basically stood on their front lawn there in St. Louis to defend themselves, the property, from a group of mobs, a mob, I should say, that came across their neighborhood. They were out here, and we had, I think, a very somewhat engaging conversation with some activists here with them as well. So hopefully we can gather some interviews here, but really we wanted to just give you a look at what it's like outside the courthouse here. There's probably about, I don't say, 200 people probably out and around the courthouse in this area. So not a large crowd. I have seen the crowd peak at times, go up and down due to the fact that it's cold, and a lot of people will come and go. But at this point, it might be on the larger side numbers wise. You see a bunch of two definitive sides here. You've got a side that clearly thinks that Rittenhouse broke the law, took the lives of two people, injured others, and was acting very irresponsibly with his firearm, and should be found guilty. And then you have another side, and I gotta say, there's not a lot of people here that are for Rittenhouse and for standing your ground as far as your Second Amendment and protecting your life, imminent danger to your life. You don't see very many of those supporters out here. They're here, but way outnumbered for the people that you're looking at right now that feel like Rittenhouse acted in a very, quote, white supremacist way. And that is something that I think the public court of opinion, the social media, the mainstream media has painted Rittenhouse as a white supremacist. Even President Biden spoke early on before the case, even labeled him a white supremacist irresponsibly. So that type of language has really affected their tone here as far as the way they view Rittenhouse. On the other hand, all the evidence that has been obtained by the prosecutors do not show any signs of ties to white supremacy, nor is there any past signs of racism on social media through his text messages or anything like that. But it's one thing that has been put out there. Now, with that